We will call the city council order to a meeting to order.
Pressure from Dr. Jeremy.
It's 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. 14B, conference with labor negotiator. 14C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14D, public employee performance evaluation. And 14E, real property conference with real property negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D2, 54957.6, 54956.9D1, 54957B1, and 54956.8. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No action to report. Thank you.
We'll now reconvene our city council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, along with everyone watching remotely. Item 2, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please stand. And now, next, we'll have the flag salute led by Councilman Shake, and then the invocation by Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. Please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is my first full meeting on the City Council, and someone thought it would be a good idea for me to give me the microphone to conduct tonight's invocation. That was brave, but here we go. Each of us has the power to impact our community in either positive ways or negative ways. The wakes we create from our paths through the actions we take are felt across our community and continue rippling out across time and space. Those actions polish our souls or tarnish them. They manifest in our karma. In the words of the MCU Doctor Strange character Mordo, the bill always comes due. Tonight we ask to be worthy of the positions we have been given in our community. We ask for your guidance to act with wisdom and with honor. Finally, we ask that our actions tonight create waves of positive impacts upon this community that we love. Let us join together and say amen.
Thank you both. Item 3, I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 4, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Auditor Metropolitan City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communication. 9C from City Manager to discuss and provide direction on declaring City Council dark nights. Item 9E from Community Services to review applications, appoint members to Advisory Committee for World War II Camp Wall Monument Project at Columbia Park. And lastly, item 9M from Mayor to appoint members to outside regional boards and agencies. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. And I will take the first 2. Earth Day. As we celebrate Earth Day this week, I'd like to thank city staff for hosting a successful Earth Day event yesterday at the Permit Center. Later this week, District 66 Assemblyman Al Maritsucci will host an Earth Day teach-in event. Join local elected officials and environmental organizations and learning about ways to fight climate change, explore educational pathways, volunteer opportunities, and lifestyle choices to help the environment. This takes place on Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. until noon at Charles Wilson Park, located at 2200 Crenshaw Boulevard. For more information or RSVP, go to asmdc.org/HVED. And lastly, the city invites the community to help with habitat restoration of the Madrona Marsh Preserve this Saturday, April 27th from 9 a.m. to noon. Thank you to the Friends of the Madrona Marsh, city staff, and all of our volunteers at the preserve who dedicate their time to keep the marsh a wonderful place for our wildlife. The marsh is one of the last remaining vernal wetlands in Southern California, and we're so glad to have it here in Torrance. Volunteers are encouraged to wear sunscreen and closed-toed shoes and bring their own reusable water bottle and gloves. For more information, go to it's all one word, friendsofmadronamarsh.com. Next item, On Tuesday, May 7th at approximately 11:30 a.m., Alert South Bay, a regional emergency alert and notification platform, will conduct a test of its wireless emergency alert, or WEA, capabilities. During this time, WEA-compatible wireless phones that are switched on within the range of an active cell tower and in a geographic area where the wireless provider participates in WEA should be capable of receiving the test message. The message will read, "This is a test of the Alert South Bay Regional Wireless Emergency System." No action is needed. For information about this alert, please visit www.alertsouthbay.com. This would be the second test of Alert South Bay's WEA capability. The first test was conducted on Tuesday, January 9th. By participating in these tests, we've taken a proactive stance, ensuring our city's readiness for any potential emergencies. These tests play a crucial role in ensuring the operational and reliable nature of our communication channels before any crisis unfolds. Tuesday's test specifically aimed to maintain the effectiveness of WEA in alerting you, our community, about emergencies. Alert South Bay functions as an integrated cross-jurisdictional public alert and warning notification system covering 15 South Bay cities. In the unfortunate event of a regional disaster or emergency impacting our neighboring communities, Alert South Bay would activate, delivering vital information. Torrance Alerts, our city's primary mass notification, will activate in the event of an emergency in Torrance. To stay informed, we encourage you to sign up to receive emergency alerts by visiting www.torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. Next one is Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. In past years, the City of Torrance has proclaimed June as Pride Month, calling upon the residents of Torrance to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists and to celebrate the great diversity of the American people. An actual excerpt from the 2021 proclamation reads, "The City of Torrance is committed to the notion that all people should be treated fairly and with respect. Champions of this cause at home and abroad are upholding the simple truth that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning LGBTQ rights are human rights, and we recognize that all people in our community, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, sex, place of origin, age, religion, faith, spiritual affiliation, ability, size, and socio-economic background should feel both supported and valued by our community. In lieu of a proclamation this year, I would like to take this opportunity to request concurrence from City Council for staff to bring back a resolution to formally recognize June as Pride Month in the City of Torrance and to honor all members of the LGBTQIA+ community. May I please have concurrence from my council?
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5-0. So you got concurrence. Did you want to make a comment or?
Yes, I would like to make a comment. I'm voting no on this, or not giving concurrence, because I feel that it's kind of in my opinion, it's just overstepping it's overstepping the proclamation process, in my opinion. But I do understand, and I respect the fact that that it's being presented. But I also don't feel that your signature should go on a resolution that you don't support. And my understanding is that the resolution needs to be signed by the mayor. That's one of the reasons I'm not supporting it. But that's all. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make clear, Frank, this is a request to have the agenda brought back in a future date, and then we'll determine the full council whether we're going to move ahead with it or not then. we'll see how that goes. Okay. Chief Dumais.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting a monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System next week, Wednesday, May 1st at 11 a.m. That's a week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through the Torrance Alert system. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents and set the air conditioning in your vehicle to recirculate. Turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all-clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, as the mayor stated, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage, www.torranceca.gov/Torrance Alerts. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Councilman Mike Griffith for his many years of dedicated service to the community. I'll take a motion to adopt a resolution number 2024-16.
Motion to adopt Resolution 2024-16.
Second.
Your Honor, before they vote on it, would you like me to read the resolution into the record?
Sure.
This is resolution number 2024-16, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Councilmember Mike Griffith for his many years of dedicated service to the community. Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6B, which is a proclamation declaring the month of April as DMV Donate Life Month in the City of Torrance. Now, I would like to invite One Legacy Ambassador, Ms. Tammy Rusnak, to meet me at the podium for a special presentation. One Legacy is a Southern California organ, eye, tissue recovery organization, serving as the region's bridge to life, connecting donors to patients in need. Once we get down there. All right, so we're going to ask each elected official on the dais to read one paragraph of the whereas, and then I'll conclude.
Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and
whereas more than 100,000 individuals nationwide and more than 20,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 17 people die each day while waiting. The need for donated organs is especially urgent in the Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, and
Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year, the most ever. And
whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency. And
Whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donvidacalifornia.org. And
Whereas California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, or tissue donor when applying or renewing their driver's licenses or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as DMV Donate Life Month in the City of Torrance, and in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. Signed this 23rd day of April 2024. Would you like to make some remarks?
Sure, just
Okay, go
very
ahead.
brief. I'll
Sure.
be very brief. I just want to thank you, Mayor Chen and Council, for, again, recognizing the importance of organ, eye, and tissue donation. It has been part of my life for many, many years. As she was reading at the end about living donation, my sister donated her kidney to me. It'll be 38 years in July. So I've been extremely fortunate and seen the good side and what organ donation can do for people. So, and then my final thing I'd just like to say is reiterate, you can go to donatelifecalifornia.org and, for information, and Donate Vida California for Spanish. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mayor Chen. I appreciate it.
Rebecca, is there a recipient for the next proclamation, or is that for adoption only? Okay, then I'll come back for adoption only then. Item 6C is a proclamation declaring April 21st to 27th, 2024 as National Volunteer Week in the City of Torrance. I'll take a motion for adoption only, for adoption. Oh, it's a proclamation. I don't think there's anyone here. Anyone here for National Volunteers Week? All right, then we'll move on.
so moved. It's a proclamation? Okay.
We will move.
Okay. Got
Got it.
I entertain a motion for approved proclamation.
Yeah. Okay.
Proclamations are just issued by the mayor. There's no actual council action. Yeah.
So what do I say then?
You don't need to say anything. It was my bad. I confused
Okay.
you. I
Okay.
confused you.
Okay, I take
Yeah.
everything back.
It's okay. Moving on to item 6D, which is the recognition of 2024 Hometown Heroes banner recipients. The City of Torrance has a long tradition of honoring members of the armed forces. Since 2012, the Hometown Heroes Military Banner Recognition Program has allowed the community to say thank you to Torrance residents serving in the armed forces in active duty as veterans or veterans of the past. Tonight, we are proud to introduce the 25 new banners in the 2024 Hometown Heroes program. I'd like to thank each of them for their dedicated service. At this time, I'll turn over to staff to begin the presentation.
Jill Reed with Human Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this year's Hometown Heroes honorees. First, I will introduce the banners that proudly honor those who are currently serving in the armed forces. Adam Sumayet, Air Force, sponsored by the Sumayet and Reyes families. Christian Iverson, Navy, sponsored by his proud family. Jeanette Kutsomi, Air Force, sponsored by Moog Military Aircraft Group. Matthew Ryan Shoemate, Navy, sponsored by the Shoemate family. Next are the banners to thank veterans who have served. Our first banner in this category is the first ever that we have for the Space Force, which is the honored branch at this year's Armed Forces Day Parade and celebrations. Jacob Pivovarov, Space Force, sponsored by his family. Paul Nwatka, Army and Navy, sponsored by Friends of Paul. John Fleming, Air Force, sponsored by Councilman Shake. Charles L. Deemer, Merchant Marines, World War II, sponsored by the Deemer family. Rear Admiral Sandy Adams, Navy, sponsored by the Adams family. Ted Cunningham, Army, sponsored by the Cunningham and Voss families. Harold Goodmanson, Army, sponsored by the Goodmanson family. EM1 SW PJ Hayden, Navy, sponsored by Fern Ruiz. Dave Saliba, Navy, sponsored by his proud family. Anil Ibrahim, Air Force, sponsored by Steph and Toby Cook. Brandon Amezcua Natureno, Coast Guard, sponsored by the DeCastro family. Clint Anthony Fisher, Marines, sponsored by his proud wife, Yvonne. Joy Reed Burkhart, Navy, sponsored by Jill and Donna Reed. And finally, I present the banners in memory of veterans who have passed. DeLon Goodwin, Air Force, sponsored by the Goodwin family. Stephen Goodwin, Army, sponsored by the Goodwin family. Leonora and Robert McNary, Air Force, sponsored by the Capolino family. Earl Brady, Army, sponsored by the Brady and Stiles families. Evan Spindler, Army, sponsored by the Spindler family. Jack Taub, Army, sponsored by Robin Taub Comer. Joe N. Lopez, Navy, sponsored by Richard and Vivi Lopez and family. And our final banner, Daniel George Maddock, Navy, sponsored by the Maddock and Clark families. That concludes the presentation of the 2024 Hometown Heroes banners. Anyone who is interested in the program can find more information at torranceca.gov/hometownheroes. The photos are available now as a slideshow, and the video from the meeting will be posted there tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. I know we all look forward to seeing the banners along, not just Torrance Boulevard, but throughout many streets along the city. I think Torrance Boulevard and Carson probably has the most, I would say. We are pleased they will be displayed during the 62nd Annual Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Also, thank you to the honorees and to their families and friends who sponsored the banners. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. It's 7:04. City Clerk?
Charles Salinas.
Good evening, everyone. Recently, I've been trying to promote the idea of businesses everywhere possible offering a military discount. Now, most of us carry a picture ID, much like a driver's license. Makes it easy for the person at the cash register. O'Reilly Auto Parts or Jersey Mike sandwiches give the military discount. Now, a 10 or 15% discount is about the same as waiving the sales tax. And when people say thank you for your service, we appreciate that. Veterans Day on the calendar, we appreciate that. But there's nothing like money in your pocket to really show you appreciate us serving in the military. Thank you.
Sherry.
I've been coming to these meetings for a while and always ask the same thing, that you get a civilian, an independent civilian oversight committee. And I'm always baffled by your not willing to do it. It just seems like something so important, and I'm going to keep urging that you have an independent civilian oversight committee.
Sarah.
Hey, I'm still here. We're still here. We've been here longer than a lot of you sitting there. Still just asking for one thing, and that's for an independent civilian oversight committee for your police. Your cops have done some pretty shitty things, like 30 cops on a thread texting about killing black children and buying special coffins for them, beating an innocent mother who just wanted you to create an oversight committee for the wrongful death of her son. And nothing keeps being done, and the weird thing is, it's not even like an extreme controversial thing to ask for. You've spent millions of dollars paying out all the wrong things that your cops have done. You've given them paid vacations and awards, and y'all just keep looking at your papers and doing nothing, and then expect to come up and hug us afterwards. It's really sad, and that's on you to create that civilian oversight committee.
Marianne.
So here's your personnel complaint procedure, and let's talk a little bit about what an independent civilian oversight commission is. This says that that if somebody has a complaint, they're going to go into the police department or call or submit a written to the police that your police have harassed me, have harmed me, have threatened me, etc., right? And important to then also make sure that you give the police your address and phone number, as well as that of all the witnesses. So see how that works really brilliantly for the police, in that now people don't want to be my witnesses, right? Because then with their track record that they have proven, right, that there is a substantial amount of harassment when people file complaints. And then it's up to the chief to make that final decision, okay? These things are not independent. People should have an independent.
Audrey George.
I know I'm like beating my head against a wall, but I look at you and probably a good number of you have children, grandchildren, people you love that are young, growing up in this city. Do you have any ability to imagine what it would be like to lose a child to police killing? Do you ever even contemplate it? Just, on a whim, like go to sleep at night and imagine the pain. You've never, ever given any recognition and acknowledgement to Cheryl Lynn, the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. You've never even indicated that you have sympathy, empathy, or compassion for a family that lost its only son. And, the bill has come due. Your souls are in peril.
TJ?
Yes, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered. After all of these years, the same demands, we look to this city council demanding the same thing. The group of you have actually done nothing regarding the wrongful death of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and you've done nothing to address the racist text messages by your police. You ignored the demands for firing the officers Kincannon, Chavez, Kawamato, but they're all gone. So now it's your turn to actually do something. Create an independent civilian oversight commission. A commission outside of the grips of your proven racist, anti-black, anti-Semitic, homophobic, Islamophobic Torrance law enforcement, all of which has been proven within that text scandal, and you all still have done nothing to create this independent oversight commission that your community has all asked for.
Anyone else, City Clerk, that signed up?
No one else signed up prior to the start of the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay. Does anyone in the public who wish to speak on oral communications number 1, please step up to the microphone?
Hello, this is Porchop. 2 weeks ago, I attended that meeting in the library about the hillslide coming down, and I would like to correct myself. I misspoke about gopher holes that ruining the hillside, and nobody pays attention. So those are gopher holes, not mole holes, what I said. Okay, so last week, or last meeting I attended, that was like 24 people standing, 24 people standing. Major Chen did not realize it, none of you realize it. It's a #1 rule of yours. You did not say a word. Anyway, there is some 10 copies here, you can take it. And other thing, I would like to apologize the public and everybody. I hold up the sign last meeting and I couldn't stop Griffiths for crying like a 5 years old for over half an hour. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
Good evening. My name is Florina Ravundra. I'm the Prevention Outreach Specialist at Behavioral Health Services, Inc. Our goal, we are a nonprofit that aims to reduce youth access to alcohol and other drugs, and we are located here in Torrance on Post Avenue. We're excited to announce our involvement in the DEA National RX Takeback. So we're trying to invite the community, if either you, your friends, or family have any unneeded or expired medication, this would be a great opportunity to drop it off so we can safely dispose of it. It will be held this Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And our booth will be stationed by the front entrance of Sam's Club in Torrance at 2601 Sky Park Drive. We are in partnerships with Torrance Memorial and Torrance Police, so we hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we'll also have a list of where the community members could drop off sharp needles too. So we'll provide that information as well.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on oral communications number 1?
James Henry,
Your business partner and wife, the Torrance Unified School District, proclaim the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Why doesn't the city of Torrance do the same? Happy wife, happy life, I guess.
Anyone else wish to speak in oral communications number 1? All right, then we will move on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilwoman Kalani.
8F as in Frank.
8F, okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8F.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, Councilwoman Kalani?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Especially for the listeners, I had a couple of questions. For example, where can, well, let me back up. Could we please get some explanation on some of the additional services, such as the combination of the senior to ride and dial-a-taxi, and where can a senior or someone that needs those services go to find out about them, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ryan Plum, Transit Department. Thank you, Council Member. Yes, so our contracted senior and dial-a-taxi program, or the Torrance Community Transit Program, is available for Torrance residents. They can get information through our website. They can download the application. They can go to our new transit store at the Mary Kay Giordano Regional Transit Center. They can enter in person, fill out an application, find out more information about the program as well. And again, they can print the application online and then mail it in also if they can't, drive there in person.
And if for any reason they don't have access to an online option?
We can mail them the application as well. We're working on trying to create maybe an application they can fill out online, but for those who don't have internet access, we can mail them the application.
So is there a number they would call to?
Yes, they can contact our administration line or the transit center, and staff can direct them or best help them.
Councilman, numbers 310-781-2174. 310-781-2174.
Okay, thank you. That was all. I just wanted to, I've talked to some residents that said they didn't know we had those programs, and I just don't think they have access or the ability to go online and look. So
We'll also work with community services through senior outreach to get the information out to the community.
all right,
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah, we try to have brochures at the Bartlett Senior Center as well, so we try to get some information out, but definitely that would be a good, yeah.
All right, thank you. Maybe the libraries as well.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you so much. That was it. So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 8F, if I may.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Jason Ishiyama with the Finance Department. Item 9A before you tonight is requesting your honorable body to discuss and provide direction on the third-party review of financial processes. During the February 27th City Council meeting, staff presented information regarding options for a third-party review of the city's fiscal management processes for FY 14-15 through FY 21-23. At that meeting, City Council directed staff to proceed with reviewing and scoring proposals that were received and reporting results back to the City Council. Tonight, staff presents results of the completed scoring of all 6 proposals received. On page 2 of the staff report in front of you, you will see the ratings were based on 4 key criteria, including proposal strength, qualifications, pricing, and references. Upon completion of the scoring process, it was determined that BDO USA of Los Angeles, California scored the highest and determined the best qualified firm. BDO's proposal for the review will be performed in 3 phases. 1, the planning phase, defining the work plan and timeline. 2, fieldwork interviews of city council members and analysis. And 3, final report and presentation to the city council. The estimated cost is $68,090. Should your honorable body provide direction to proceed, staff will award a consulting services agreement to BDO under the procurement authority of the city manager. At this time, staff requests your honorable body to discuss and provide direction regarding this matter. I am available for questions, and we also have a representative from BDO should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Councilman Tucci. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have a question really about the big gaps, and one is what, 380,000, 360,000, and then 21,000, 48,000, 413,000, and one of the other estimates, obviously 68,000. Is there a reason for that? Was it not very clear how the RFP went out, or are they just charging differently?
Yes, good question. The proposals came in from different firms, and you're referring to the Ernst & Young firm and GHJ. Those firms did submit similar proposals, and the price per staff resource is a little bit higher than the current firm that BDO is being recommended at this time. And also, I will point out that different types of services that they offer in those proposals were different as well.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So, I mean, I like the idea. I'm not crazy about spending $68,000 into it, but I think it's an investment that we need to put into it just to have an outside, set of eyes looking at what we're doing. And hopefully we find nothing, but if worst case scenario, we find things that we need to correct, and that's the whole exercise here, is to do better. So I definitely support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I actually had some questions for staff and some comments. I spent a lot of time on this item going back and looking at past reporting from 2020 when I had the honor of being first elected into office, and then looking at the reporting now. And I look at the reporting now being so transparent, having things like key performance indicators that we can look at. And my question is to staff, if you could just describe a little bit the changes that have been made to follow best practices. Can you explain to me some of the recent awards that have been given to the City of Torrance, recognizing the best practices in accounting and, more importantly, transparency in the budgeting? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani, this is Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. I appreciate the question. Since 2020, and when the city was alerted that reserves were at an all-time low, we were on the state auditor's high-risk list. Staff and the team have implemented a lot of different mitigations, and I would say enhancements to the reporting, some that you had already mentioned. The first one being, and all of these were implemented between fiscal 2021 and fiscal 2022, we first implemented the system called OpenGov. We'd always had, in the past, prior to 2020, the transparency feature that reported what our annual results were. However, we've, at that time in that year, fiscal 21, we purchased the software such that we develop our budget in that software, and that it also, users are now allowed to go onto our website and actually look into each of our line items. So it's almost as if they have access to our system and can dive in however, in as much detail as they really can. We had started doing annual pension workshops, given that pension is such a large liability on our books, and it is also one that fluctuates the most significantly throughout the years and has a large impact on our budget. We do these public workshops via Zoom, it being the most convenient way to do so that the public can attend. Those are typically hosted in November after CalPERS reports what their investment returns are. There was the state auditor high-risk dashboard. We're actually somewhat disappointed that they discontinue that this year because of staffing issues on the state auditor's end, but we were monitoring our progress on that list. Although now that that's discontinued, we still, as you had mentioned, have our own key performance indicators that we monitored, and that's included in our budget book as well. We had before a reserve policy. We adjusted it from 10% to 20%, which is the minimum recommendation from Government Finance Officers Association, California Society of Municipal Finance Officers. So we adjusted that, and we'd also adopted additional policies, such as debt policies, which really talks about what kind of debt can be used, the types of debt, and limits to that debt. We had launched an internal audit website. We have an internal audit team here in the city that routinely conducts advisory engagements within the city, looking at our own processes, finding ways to improve. Results of those audits are also posted on the website. We have added reporting of fund balances and projected fund balances into our budget book and year-end forecast during both first quarter and our mid-year reporting. And lastly, you had mentioned budget awards we received. Starting in fiscal 21 was the first time that the city was awarded the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award. And just this past year, we got the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers Budget Excellence Award, which really was an exerted effort from our staff to include, they're not required reporting features in our budget book, but they're really, I guess, recommended items to include in the budget book to enhance transparency, as you mentioned, such as reporting on fund balances and year-end forecasts that were not included in previous reporting. So those are some examples of what we have added since 2020.
And can you share a little bit about the external audits as well?
Correct. So I guess one of the awards we had also gotten pre the budget awards, the city also receives the annual reward for the ACPR, which is the annual comprehensive financial report that reports on the actuals. The city's received that for 30 years, though what's important about receiving the award for the budget book is because we come back and discuss the budget multiple times a year, that's really the report that is all eyes on the city, right? That was one, yeah. So that was another thing that I didn't mention. And every year we have our financial auditors do an audit on our actuals. And we have been reporting that to City Council as well every year. This year, the auditors came and reported to the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee.
Thank you. And I appreciate your open door policy as well that allows me or any of us to go in and get any questions answered that we have. So I guess for me, the 68,000 is such a high level review that every day we're much deeper than this review would afford us. So for me, I appreciate the transparency that we're working at this point. I don't think that there's any attempt by any staff member to be misleading in any way. The last few years, our transparency seems to be getting better and better every year. For me, I don't think this is a necessary task. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jason, for your presentation, and Sheila for covering a lot of answers that I was going to ask, but I'll ask differently now. One question, first of all, I want to thank you, Councilman Kaji, for bringing this up. I think auditing is a very good tool to find out some of the anomalies and look how we can go forward. And it's a wonderful tool, and sometimes it brings some of the new ideas or new to the surface that you probably had not imagined. My question is, which fiscal year budget the reserve was $583,000?
That $581,000 figure is what the reserve balance fell to at the end of fiscal year 2019-2020. That was post-pandemic.
Okay. So, and we are trying to see what led to that point. Am I correct? This is the scope. We're trying to see what led to have a reserve go all the way to 581,000. This is the scope.
That is part of the scope, yes.
Okay. So if that's part of the scope, why we have to audit all the way from 2014 to 2022-23? Because past 2019-2022, if the findings we can find it from 5 years, we have to go all the way to 3 additional years?
That was the specific request from Councilman Kaji to go back. I believe it's to see if there's identified trends that go back that far that may have led to that reduction.
Yeah, I need some clarity on that, and maybe what we are trying to achieve and the amount of money that we're spending for $68,000, just if the contractor is here, if we reduce from 8 years to 6 years, will the expenditure change? The amount will change?
We could ask that with our BDO representative. Shirley, you want?
Thank you.
So just to summarize, the question is, if we were to reduce the scope period, what would be the estimated cost? Is that the
Correct.
question?
I mean, let me just repeat to be extra clear. Councilman Kaji's request was initially to see what led us to reserve at that level. And if the scope is all the way go beyond 3-4 years to that, do we really need it? If we don't need it, if we go only like 1 or more 2 years beyond that point, will that change the expenditure, the bill, the invoice, the estimate amount?
If we would simply look at the controls and the conditions at the time and compare it with the controls and conditions now and not worry about a year-by-year analysis, it would reduce, but I wouldn't be able to quote you an exact number at this time. I would have to think about it because part of the scope of the work is also to do the benchmarking and to really talk to 3 to 5 other cities, understand the best practices that they have, determine whether or not those might apply in your case, identify which ideas that may not be used here might be best applied here and maybe be an additional benefit. So when you think about some of the pockets of areas, the historical review is just one piece of it. Does that make sense? I could take a rough order of magnitude and say.
Let me try see if we could do this in the order so you may answer your question. Since Councilman Kaji brought up the action, he's clicked in. I'm wondering, we'll let him share what he was asking for, why he asked for 2014, and then you come back for clarification.
That's a good question. I agree with you, but before that, can I ask you a question? Do you see any benefit of going all the way to 3 years? Then Councilman Kaji can chime in.
I think that what I'd probably want to do is simply look at your procedures and at what point did they change, And if they changed every year, then it probably would be a benefit to go back and look at every year. But if there weren't major changes until after the reserve issue and there were improvements, we might pick other points in time. So it's hard to know. I don't have a crystal ball.
Councilmember Sheikh, if I could add on to that. A part of the engagement, the phase one planning phase, is to determine that specific thing where the planning, understanding what occurred at what moment in time. So it's very difficult to say at this moment in time what exactly we're trying to scope out. So I would say it's hard to say unless we really start digging.
I'll let Councilman Kaji answer then. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, hopefully, Councilman Kaji.
I'd like to answer all your questions, Councilman. I think going back to when I first raised this issue, let me put it in context so that it may become a little easier for the public and the members to understand. Going back in time and seeing where we were at one point in time when our reserves dropped precipitously low and our bond rating also dropped as a result. In the greater context of our budget and our city, I believe it's always been important for us to communicate to our major stakeholders in the city, those businesses that operate here as well as our residents, that we as a council and also our staff are being able to maintain the proper level of fund balances. And in spite of what's going on in the world around us, whether it was the COVID pandemic, whether it was various fluctuations in our economy, I think it's fundamental that we can provide assurance to the public, also to the investment community, that our internal operations are solid and stable. Doing this look backwards, and once again, I have every confidence in our staff right now and how they've been reporting out to the public on current operations and current financials. But going back in time, I think it's just as important for us as a city to seek any possible answers, which led us to get to that very low level of reserves. There was a period where some of the previous city officials have stated publicly that the city had to draw down on our unrestricted fund balances to balance the budget. So a question during that period was, how effectively was that practice communicated to the public until we got to that very low number? I'm not sure. I've gone through the past financial reports covering that period, but for myself, I can't completely understand exactly what led us to that point, just based on the reports available to the public. So that's why I think while this number is $68,000, looking at, for example, our current bond rating and our ability to borrow, I think all of you know that if our city's FICO score or credit rating goes down, our cost of borrowing increases, well in excess of $68,000. I think also as we seek to attract new businesses to come into the city, it's imperative to those companies to have confidence in our city's ability to deliver services, not only to the businesses, but also to the residents. So I think this is sort of like a way for us to inoculate ourselves to ensure that whatever practices in the past led us to that point, that they won't be repeated. So I think it's money well spent just to assure the public and our stakeholders that we are on the right track, which I believe we are, but that if we did make any mistakes in the past, that those won't be repeated.
I agree with you, and I think we should go with that. And I think I'm already brought out that we should go with that. But I think my question is, how many years beyond that low point you want to go? Because if we can save some money, because city has already made adjustments. They're going to put 20% into the reserve going forward. They also made adjustment to their liabilities and other, which is kind of giving me an idea that they have looked into that and they are making adjustment. Well, my question is, will that benefit what we want to achieve if we go far, far away from what we want to audit. We don't have to go all the way 8, 9 years. We can probably do 5 years and save some money for the city.
Council,
Oh, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Jason.
Councilmember Sheikh, I think it might be good if we were to proceed. The years, the scope period of this potential review could be hashed out during the planning phase of the engagement. That is a possibility that we can explore. So I just want to make sure.
That's the answer I'm looking for.
Yeah, so.
Thank you. I mean, that's exactly the whole point was. So at the planning phase, we decide how far and how deep we want to go. And to the same, you were going to say something, Jason? I'm sorry.
No, yes,
Didn't mean-
I was going to confirm that. Yes, yes, we can do it that way, yes.
So for this 68,000, do we have any document to show what is the scope for this specific audit? Because I'm having a hard time to understand. Forensic accounting is a large word, and it means so many different things. I don't know what the scope is or what the scope is going to be.
Sure. So the availability of documentation, what kind of information that will be required for us to produce, that again will be done during the planning phase when the work plan is defined in phase 1. So those concrete things will be defined at that point. Did you want to add to that?
Actually, the key deliverable of phase 1 planning is the work plan and the detailed analysis of what that would entail.
And that may expand the amount of money and the time you spend for this activity.
I couldn't hear that.
I would say it would refine
Okay.
that amount. Again, the staff report does say it's an estimate, therefore the planning phase is required, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the concept of it, but I also want to remind the public that us getting to that low reserve was because of 3 sequential events. We had a refinery incident. We had a cyber attack that literally took down the entire city's network, followed up very closely with a pandemic that hit our sales tax base. Any one of those alone, standing alone, could be detrimental to a city, but we had all 3 in quite close succession. And correct me if I'm wrong, but during the refinery explosion, was that pre-you, Mr. Shaparian, and also pre our finance director? Is that correct?
It wasn't, I'm Torrance City Manager, Councilman, it was in 2015. I was in the assistant to the city manager role at the time.
Okay, and then this was also precedes
Yes.
our finance director?
That's correct.
And then I believe both of you got into your positions right around the cyber incident,
I was,
but definitely the pandemic.
That's correct. I was appointed assistant city manager in 2018, beginning of 2018, and Ms. Poisson was,
December 2020.
yeah, as finance director, shortly after I took over as city manager in October.
I'm so glad you stayed with us with those things. So with the changes in management and with the changes in processes, from what I've read and what I've discovered, there's been some monumental changes that were made to prevent, hopefully to prevent this happening again, and with the passage of SST that also helped to stabilize our entire finance department and standing and credit rating and bond rating, et cetera.
That's correct. And if I may, I think that one of the challenges in regards to this request is really how did the unrestricted fund balance carry through our budget? So reviewing the numbers, it's evident that our revenue expectations were starting to slow down, not meeting the targets. We relied on, the organization, we make contractual obligations to employee groups. Granted, there's PERS fluctuations, and revenue is a projection. It's not a set number. So relying on that year-end carryover, council every July 1 by state law is required to approve an adopted budget, which council did. The CAFR, which is our annual review document, captured that fund balance fluctuation. As a result, given the factors that Councilman mentioned, a lot of the unforeseen circumstances, our reserves did dwindle. As such, we made it a point to ensure, besides building our budget in regards to transparency, that we specifically call out our unrestricted fund balance, and we show that in our building up from the ARPA initially, from the carryover of the vacancies, 24 million, 48 million, 63 million, now we're at 278 million. Granted, some of that may fluctuate since we're in the middle of collective bargaining discussions with our employee groups, but we've made it a point to ensure, and on top of that, between the high-risk dashboard and the need to maintain a 20% minimum floor for our reserves, we will continue down that path. So I hope I've given you some historical context as to whether or not the question of did our unrestricted fund balance, was that known? It was, but to the extent that we have highlighted it, I think those are some of the lessons learned, the best practices that we've adopted to ensure that we have an open, transparent budget, because I don't want to be in a position where the future city manager has to explain some of the historical context of how we got here. But like I said from before, we're open to any audit. Just I don't want to come across as defensive for the organization. It's just a matter of defining the scope and the expectations. And regardless of any audit, we want to make sure that we're true to the community and the organization, because end of the day, when our projections don't hit targets, we have to be in front of you making potential reductions of services and impacts to our community and staff. And that's not a position that I don't think any of us want to be in. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us that context. And I know we put out the original bid of what we were expecting, and we got the results back, and they were scored. I don't think that, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, we can reduce what we have done a RFQ for, correct? So we put certain expectations in there, they gave us back the amount, and we can't decrease that amount.
It's within council scope, as far as, like Jason said, with the BDO, we'll have the opportunity to define and refine based on the parameters. But up until council approves, it's still subject to your authority. There is no contractual obligation at this time.
And do we feel that our current finance department staffing has the capability to go back and look at some practices that were identified as issues and what they've done thus far to change it in a comprehensive document?
Councilman, this is Sheila Poisson. I believe we have the resources, but probably wouldn't be done in the expediency that a BDO or a consultant would get it done, given our day-to-day operations. And I believe the intent of Councilman Kaji was to have a third-party look, for transparency purposes for the public.
And how much staff time will we have to commit to this audit?
If, let me clarify, do you mean if we do it in-house?
No,
Oh.
if we go with a
Gotcha.
third party to come in and audit our books, we would have to dedicate, I'm assuming, several staff members to walk the team through the audit. What would that extra work burden do to your department?
Given the timing, honestly, our busy season is between now and May because of operational budget, but I don't think it would impact our day-to-day operations too much. I would say maybe 10 hours a week. I'll allow Shirley Komodo to correct me if I'm wrong.
The question was, what are the resource requirements for internal staff to support the third-party audit or review?
I think that we would want to interview internal staff. We'd probably be asking for documents. They would need to pull them or provide us with a location that we can pull the documents ourselves. And then we'll have biweekly meetings. In the planning session, we'll probably want a joint planning meeting to make sure we were all in sync, and again, to agree on the scope. And then we'll want you to review the report as we proceed, preliminary observations. We like to make sure that the recommendations that we make are in sync with what the city can do. And I think that we may need some assistance in notifying the cities that we will be interviewing. So I would say the amount of time would be maybe 50 to 60 hours,
That sounds about 10 hours a week or so.
but it would be spread over many weeks.
And can you just clarify for me, when you go to interview these 3 to 5 similarly situated cities, how does that work? Because I'm sure they're not turning over some of their practices for this audit. How does that generally go?
I've noticed as we've done this in other places, and I started out working for the city of Gardena, polling other cities for their practices or looking at what they charge on their taxi rates or their fees. So what I find is that most of this information is public and that cities generally are willing to share that information willingly. And in this particular case, we're not just looking for the posted fees and things like that. We're looking for what were your thought processes? How were you doing this? You know, what did you look at? The questions you asked. And I have always found people to be really generous. The other thing that we do is we blind the summary by city of the responses, take off their names, and we share back that information through the city, through here. So we're not only asking them for information, we're not only asking them to share their best practices, and sometimes even things that go wrong, but we're sharing back what we've learned, and they're always really grateful for that. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. I know I already spoke on this, but I kind of wanted to bring up a point that, you know, when we investigate from a third party, it puts another set of eyes on the issues, you know, and I really do think, you know, a lot of times when we look at our own finances, you know, then, you know, somebody else comes in and looks at it and say, oh, you know, well, maybe you should be doing this differently, you know. It's about constructive criticism. It's not about pointing fingers, or because I know it's a delicate subject, and I can feel the tension up here that it might make the existing staff feel that maybe we're second guessing your work efforts or work knowledge or load, but that's not the case. I think because there's hundreds of thousands of transactions, I mean, I can guarantee you we've missed something. And I think having another set of eyes, especially on a city our size that has, correct me if I'm wrong, about $500 million budget between enterprise and general fund, $68,000 is a drop in the bucket, especially for this type of task. If we can identify just one small change, it more than pays for your services. Also, with the changing of the guard in both the finance and the city manager position, finance director and city manager position in 2020, I think it's very important that we go back to see, you know, that's the reason I think going back to 2015 is very important to see that there's certain processes that were being done. And I know we've made corrections, but I can guarantee you that there's some stuff that we can find that we can do better. And I think the whole scope of this is to do better and to ensure that we never, you know, get caught with our pants down again. Because, you know, excuse my French, but I do feel that what happened in that period of time could have, or maybe couldn't have been preventable, but we were in really ugly waters. And right now, as we stand, I really do feel that we're barely above water as it is. So I think, you know, investing a little bit of money to find, you know, maybe there might be some redundancies that we can fix. There might be just even small stuff that adds to a lot in the long run. So again, I fully support it. I fully support going back to 2015, just so that we can learn from it. What did we do wrong? specifically. And there might be certain things right now that we're still doing wrong that we just haven't identified. And it's, no pressure on staff. It's just really just about having another set of eyes looking into it. That's all this is. So please, no offense to anybody that's doing great job. And you may come back and say you guys are doing everything great, but I really doubt at the end of the day that we can't fix something. There's always something that we can fix. So I think that's what we need to be looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Sheila, question to you. Accessing the document, is that difficult? We live in online, so it shouldn't be that difficult to provide them the access.
We can talk to our AT department about doing a SharePoint, but regardless, depending on the requests, it'll require staff to just kind of do a drag and drop. It's not intensive.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good to know. I really like the idea, and I think to have a third set of eyes at this point is probably be beneficial for the city, for us, and the community. And I think if any time is appropriate to get audit done, this is the time to look back and see what went wrong, and just to look for that. But I would request to bring this back to us after the first phase is done, to at least let us know what the findings are, and so at that point we can determine how deep we can go and further. I mean, is that part of the plan?
Council member, that is not a part of the plan. When we do award the contract, we do recommend that we proceed. That is the process of the review.
Councilman, that would change the scope of the proposal, which may have other challenges for potential vendors who did participate, knowing that this was the final document expected. If council wants to modify the phasing, that's definitely within your scope. But I just want to make sure that these the expectations are clear.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to delay that, and I think at this point I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor, for having to come back, but I kind of sense that there's some misunderstanding on exactly what we're doing here. So if you could briefly, just once again, describe the scope of exactly what we're doing. I've heard going back to look at fees for taxis or fees for using vehicles. I mean, I never understood that was exactly what we were doing. So what exactly are we doing, and how does everybody understand it? I don't know if we should start with Councilmember Kaji or with the two of you.
Councilwoman, I can make an attempt.
Okay.
Again, Sheila Poisson. When Shirley, Ms. Komodo, was referring to looking at those types of fees, I believe what she was doing was she was giving you an example of other audits and assessments she's done for other cities, and that she's gotten positive feedback from the other cities because she shared the results afterwards. So that was a response to a question from Councilwoman Lewis as to whether or not the cities were responsive and wanted to even give up their time to do these types of interviews. So that was that. In terms of the field work, I'm just gonna go through, like, the work plan is detailed on page 27 on their proposal, but it's really going back to the selected year. It's analyzing it's doing a financial analysis, really, looking at the trends of revenues, expenditures, what was reported and what was looking at budget to actuals, how close they were. So that's kind of the finance piece of it. But I believe the bulk of the work and the time that's going to be spent by the consultant is really looking at the practices and the processes, as Councilman Kaji had alluded to in his previous comment. So looking at changes to management controls, reviewing the policies that existed at the time, the governance and the reporting procedures. I mentioned data analytics, the monitoring and the oversight and the communication of fiscal management at the time. How did they communicate with the city council? How did they communicate with the city manager? Items like that.
Okay, and not looking at what's happening today.
There will be a review of what's happening today because the work product and the report that will be presented to council will include the findings of that past period, and also recommendations based on best practices and the interviews from the other cities as to what we are doing now versus what we could be and should be doing. So if there are further recommendations from them that we should implement, they'll have to look at our current processes as well.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me share some thoughts. I think here on the dais, I think Councilman Tucci and I were elected back in 2018. And I think Councilman Tucci probably still remembers that one incident when I asked the question, are we using our reserves to balance the budget, right? I believe Councilman Kaji's question is very simple, and it's just, we just want to know how we got there. And I think based on his study, he picked a time frame to go back to see if something happened. I think one of the processes could be, you know, even I think Aram probably has heard me when I was sitting where Councilman Gersling has probably even asked during our budget review, what does that term mean? You know, we have certain kind of deficit. You know, I think we want to give the auditors the freedom to audit, and also the freedom that to also, one of the potential things could be staff had the information to the council just did not understand and did not ask the question. Maybe, okay? I say that because I was there for part of the time, and that could be it too. And I would ask that if, you know, should we go ahead and say do this, to if there are some things that our elected official could do better as we're reviewing the data, we would want to know that too, to say don't be afraid to ask a question if you don't understand, because if you don't, you just we probably just keep going and say okay. So that's, you know, that I know that's how I feel at a certain time, that maybe there are some things maybe I just didn't really quite understand. And I would ask that, should we vote in the positive, don't be afraid to let us know that you should have saw it. It was right there, right? And that's one of my comments. I just want to make sure, don't hold back if you find something that's along those lines. Any other questions from the City Council? If not, does any member of the public wish to speak?
James Henry, I have to question the method of how these proposals were submitted before your honorable body. There are 6 proposals from 6 financial institutions. 3 of them are for more than $350,000. The one that won the bid, if it is a bid, is for $68,090. How confident am I that they are capable of performing the duties that they're expected to perform? For 60.
Does the staff want to respond to that? I know that question was asked last time too, but you could provide the same response.
Yeah, I could address that, Mayor. Before we even begin the procurement process, there's a registered vendor database within our city that vets the qualifications of each vendor specific to the industry that they work in. So that requires certifications and documentation even before we actually send out the proposals to them. So that's how we vet it. In addition to that, when we do receive the proposals, we obviously scrutinize each and every single one and make sure that they are a qualified firm.
And Jason, I believe the last time we talked about this before bringing up the agenda, there are certain firms that provide a bid, have done other business with the city in the past, so they were a little bit familiar with how we work, as opposed to another firm who will have to spend more time, and their bid includes also trying to spend time understanding how our city operates.
That is correct, Mayor. We do check for references, and specifically, we do make sure that there was work performed for local governments in California.
Mayor, I believe what you were trying to address was the reason why some were lower than others, and we had talked about this in the last session. The reason the lowest one came in as low is because they are our existing financial auditors.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
All right, then the pork chop. So the finance director or the finance department called this a forensic review instead of an independent audit. And it should be an independent audit and go as deep, as far, like go in here and come out on the other side. And I don't know why cannot do it from 2017, because that's when the problem started. That was a guy named Mark Stevenson. He was here meeting after meeting telling the council the city is in financial trouble, and the liar, disgusting Pat Furry, made him look like stupid, called him stupid actually, with other words, because he called him a fool. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And then you had to take a $350 million loan to save the city. And the finance director picked this company. The finance department picked this company. How independent is that going to be? How independent?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Yeah. I just want to make a comment. We do have to find an outside company. I think us folks has talked about. It was better for the sake of transparency to have an outside company to do it as opposed to ourselves. But anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, how does the council wish to proceed? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to make a motion to support the recommendation of the finance director to move forward on this agreement with BDO USA to conduct a forensic review of the city's financial processes.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9B, from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Gabrielle Mai, Management Aide at the City Manager's Office. Item 9B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution approving and establishing citywide governance by district elected policy. On April 9th, 2024, to solidify the principles of unified governing, Mayor George K. Chen received concurrence from City Council to request that staff bring back a resolution to reconfirm the citywide governance by district elected policy. This ensures that the City Council will continue to consider the needs of their community, and that the City Manager and City Council will continue to work together towards governing the city as a whole. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say I love the intent behind it. I agree full-heartedly. If anyone in the city of Torrance were to ask me for help, of course, I would do everything that I could to assist them. My concern is the governance at large. My concern is that could the converse also be extrapolated from it? So I agree that everyone works as a team, that we don't give preferential treatment to our own district, but could then, since we would be governing at large, would one council member then be able to say that they represented all members of Torrance, and thereby, denying some constituency voice in that? And so I could just see kind of how this could be used differently. And I was wondering if we could add something that would say maybe what it isn't, just to solidify the intent, if that makes sense.
Let me try to dialogue with you a little bit. Even when I was councilman of District 2, there are times when people ask me questions, and I haven't made that statement that I represent the entire city of Torrance. Though to be District 2 councilman, I had to live in the physical boundaries. I never, personally, my experience, I never had that issue. There could be community members. I didn't have anyone from my community that said, because I said that, that means I don't represent them. Sometimes community members, there might be a person who likes to talk to you just the way you talk. That happens. I'm just sharing with you my experience. We haven't yet, since we went to by district election, even since 2020, I think we adopted that resolution right after that when we were partial. And at least I haven't seen any of that occur. Not that it won't ever, but something can always happen. I think the intention is that we don't just protect our turf, if you will. Mm-hmm. We're really interested in serving for everybody, and we probably could wordsmith it a lot, but I'll just share with you my experience.
I agree. I full-heartedly agree with the intent. I'd written some words, and tell me if this helps. Whereas this resolution is not meant to convey proxy rights from one council member to another council member or to reduce the representative voice of any district's voting constituency, as an addition to ensure that the intent described is actually the intent.
Could you repeat that in English?
Simple is always better. Yeah.
Does it help when I read this? Does it help clarify what my concern is? Because I did discuss with the city attorney and the city manager's office just to discuss, can the converse be pulled out of the resolution and the intent be corrupted? That was the only reason. I just want to maintain and ensure the intent is that we work to help all citizens, but we don't replace each other's voice or each other's vote. We each still vote for those who vote for us, and that we're not silencing a constituency's voice through this, that someone could say that they are representing the entire city of Torrance.
Okay, I'll listen to some of my other colleagues. Okay. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Although I respect what you just said, I just want to make it very simple. We had to go to districts, so we each represent a district. What this is intended to do is to let everybody, the public, know that it doesn't matter when we are up here what district we represent all of Torrance. We are making decisions for every single person that lives, works, and plays in Torrance, and we won't go and do my district's better than yours. I think keeping it simple is the intent, and I don't think that any one of us up on this dais would do anything that has ill intent to this. So although I respect what you said, I just think it's good as it's written. We all are going to go for one Torrance, one team, one Torrance, and I think that the language already is reflective of that.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Gerson. I understand your point. Don't get me wrong. I do understand your point, but as Councilwoman Lewis said, I think the simplicity of it, and also the background of this is that we were forced to go to districts, and I think a lot of the not just the voters, because the voters are a small percentage of actually all of our residents and businesses, but there was, I think, a widespread concern that we were going to be marginalizing, different sectors of our city. So the resolution, I think, was in response to the public outcry of concern that we're going to be split up. And this resolution really reflects the ideology of working together for all of Torrance, one budget, one police department, one fire department. It's really more about unity. But I fully understand your concern. I haven't necessarily heard or experienced, like the mayor said, that concern, but I do fully understand it. I really urge you to go with this the way it's written, just because we've been doing it since 2020, and I think in the future, if we want to, I don't think there's the place to change it like a drop of a hat, because I think we should put some thought into it if we are going to change it for the future. Put some thought, a little bit more thought to it, other than just voting on it tonight like this. But anyways, I support it as written for its simplicity and unity.
Councilman Gerson.
Thank you. I guess the key thing that stuck in my mind was governance at large. It was chosen, I assume, because people were voted at large. And perhaps that's the connotation, is that at large component. And I understand now may or may not be the right time. I just don't know when the right time is, since this is when it's presented and when I believe it's supposed to be discussed. But like I said, I fully agree with the intent. I could just see how the use of some of this language could be corrupted. And I hope it isn't.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us, though. Anyone else from the council who wishes to speak on this item? If not, does anyone from the public who wishes to speak?
Hi, this is Pork Chop. This is what happens when people elect a doctor, So I just left because you are higher education, you speak a little different. So anyway, I understand everything you said. My problem is with this, what I used to this, and somebody talked about unity, like unity, but we divided for sixth area, right? So I couldn't vote for him, I couldn't vote for him, I couldn't vote for him, I could vote for him, I could vote for him, not for her. So what is it? I cannot vote only for one person. Only for one person, but what you vote on, 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 I have to take it. No way out of it. So you're going to be, we united, blah, 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 and then you divided us for 6 separate areas.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-17, resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving and establishing a citywide governance by district elected policy.
And just for the record, we didn't divide us, the state forced us. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9C from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Carlos Huizar, Management Associate with the City Manager's Office. Tonight's item is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on declaring City Council dark nights for July to December 2024. Traditionally, we bring an agenda item every 6 months to essentially determine the dark nights for the preceding 6-month period. We typically, for the dark nights, traditionally we pick the dark nights for any Tuesdays following a Monday holiday, and any month that has a 5th Tuesday. However, for this agenda item, there are some additional considerations that the council will need to discuss. One is that we are planning on doing AV upgrade here at the council chambers. So the council chambers will not be available for use between June 19th through August 7th. However, we have made accommodations for all the hearing bodies that hold meetings here at alternative venues. So City Council and Planning Commission will be holding their meetings in the Toyota Meeting Hall, and then Civil Service Commission will be holding their meetings in the HR multipurpose room during the duration of construction. Our charter only requires City Council to hold regularly scheduled meetings once a month. So there is an opportunity that we can host one meeting at the Toyota Meeting Hall. That essentially would be July 2nd, and then not reconvening for another regularly scheduled council meeting until August 13th once the council chamber upgrades are complete. However, there is the option to continue the schedule and essentially continue to have multiple meetings in the Toyota Meeting Hall if the council so suggests to go that direction. There is also a need for a discussion in regards to holding a third public hearing for potential charter amendments. We essentially have provided a couple dates. It would either be June 25th, which would essentially be a third meeting in June, or essentially start with the regular schedule, it would be July 2nd. So for the regularly scheduled council meetings, based on that kind of direction or based on that criteria, the regularly scheduled council meetings from July to December will be July 2nd, August 13th and 20th, September 10th and 24th, August 8th and 22nd, November 5th and 19th, December 3rd and 17th. So December 3rd and 17th. So staff is available for any questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to suggest at the very least that maybe we could have a closed session meeting so that we don't come back to an all-nighter, whether that's July 16th, if that's possible to open and close the meeting somewhere and go into closed session.
We can do that, Councilwoman, as we bring items.
For consideration, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on Councilwoman Kalani's request. It's for one night or for two?
Whatever's necessary, quite frankly. At least minimum one night.
Okay, because I would like to, as a practice, build in a meeting that is just closed session items. So I guess we can decide that now just to test it out to see how it works. But I think a lot of us up here who have jobs that we have to get to at 7 o'clock in the morning would appreciate that extra time.
Actually, sometimes I think it's almost like computer memory. The more you have, the more they'll use.
We'll canvass your schedules and find appropriate
Well, I
times.
think two of the dates
We will,
built in here,
definitely.
just to test it out to see what that looks like for us.
We have plenty of material. Thank you, Councilman.
Hence why we need two.
Any other comments or questions from the council? I don't see any. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Thank you.
Hey, poor chap again. I would just like to say that you already have hardly any meeting. Might as well save the taxpayers' money and headaches and just do whatever you want to do behind closed doors. I mean, we don't need this room, we don't need new equipment, you know, because what for? So many dark nights, you know. Not even 5 years ago I used to come here and it was 4 meeting. Now it's like hardly any meeting. And really, what for? You know, people come up here, you give them 1 minute, because, you know, in 1 minute you can say so much, you know, and go very deep in 1 minute. But anyway, so might as well just have none. You just have a party back there, order your food, and call it a meeting. You know, it doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter what we say. You do whatever you want to do. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I guess I have something for staff just to dispel any myths. I think the key thing that what we want to do is make sure that we are able to cover all the items for the community, whether we have meetings twice a month or once a month. Is we have long meetings. The issue is, are we getting the business done? If based on your recommended approach, given that we want to upgrade some audio visual in here, we still could get the people's business done, what we want to get done by the end of this calendar year. That's the bottom line that really counts, because every one of us stay here as long as it takes to get the job done, whether if it's one meeting or two meetings or every week, because I think a few of us actually served on the council where we used to meet every week, and when we tested it out, we were still getting the job done. Yes, we have long nights, but some of the long nights is due to not just only because having 2 meetings a month that there's much more items. There are things that happen in our council. Disruptions happen, and we need to take longer time. So as long as we could get all the job done, bottom line, that's what really counts. How does the council wish to proceed? Yes, we could take a break after this. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to reserve July 16th if needed for a closed session meeting?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilwoman Kalani, we could reserve either July 16th and or July 30th. It's at council's direction. It would just simply need to be incorporated in the motion that is put forward.
Okay. All right. There you go, Councilmember Lewis. And I do believe everybody does what it takes to get the business done in the city of Torrance, because I've
we
been
all
there.
do.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a full-time job. So should we, Mayor, do you want to poll the council for the specific date so I can put it in the motion? Because I think we have two on the floor, 16th and the 30th.
You know what I was thinking is, if we could just leave it up to staff, if the motion could say, depending on what the staff wants to bring before us, staff could bring forward July 16th or 30th and give us enough notice.
Yes, and
Right.
that's the plan. Most
Yeah.
likely we'll have business on the 16th, and if we need to add the second one, we will.
Right.
And if for whatever reason, we don't have any, we'll let you know.
Right. I thought give you the flexibility since you guys plan the agenda schedules.
We appreciate the opportunity, the willingness to come in and work through closed session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendations on city council nights, including dark nights, with additional meetings posted by staff as needed within the required posting limits.
Your Honor, real quick, regarding the third public hearing for charter amendments, I would need that to be part of the motion, whether we're going to be doing it for June.
Your Honor, if I could, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, if the councilwoman's motion is advanced, that third charter meeting would essentially be July 2nd.
Okay. I think no.
I'm making that motion because it is on a Tuesday. I think Independence Day is on that Thursday, so that the long weekend will be after that. So I'll add that to the motion as well, to make the third public hearing for the potential charter amendments on Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024.
Second.
And just a quick clarification, that's actually not the third meeting. The third meeting is going to be on June 4th. It's the meeting to decide whether to add it to the agenda or not, to the ballot or not, so. But the date is right.
Yeah, that's the meeting to call it. Yeah.
We will be in some chamber in Torrance to discuss charter amendments on July 2nd. Does that meet the requirement of the resolution? Perfect. That's what I'm moving for.
And that's what I'm seconding.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. We have returned from recess. Now we're on to item 9D from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Gabrielle Mai, Management Aide at the City Manager's Office. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council select and appoint chairs and members to City Council standing and special standing committees in accordance with the City Council Rules of Order. Due to the election's recent appointments, it is necessary to select chairs and members for the special standing committees and standing committees. For reference, the information I'm about to provide is an overview of the selection process for the City Council ad hoc committees, special standing committees, and standing committees as outlined in the City Council Rules of Order. Section 9.3 provides that the mayor may form ad hoc committees and designate the chair of each ad hoc committee, unless otherwise ordered by a council. The current appointments are as follows. For the Ad Hoc Facility Naming Committee, the chair is Councilmember Matucci. The members are Councilmember Sheikh and Councilmember Kaji. No changes are being requested by mayor for council confirmation at this time. As for the special standing committees, under Section 9.4 of the Rules of Order, the Armed Forces Committee chair and members are to be appointed by the mayor. Following the expiration of Councilmember Griffith's term for District 6, who served on the Federal and State Legislative Advocacy Special Standing Committee, Mayor Chen is seeking confirmation from the City Council on the selected appointees to the Special Standing Committees. These appointments for the committees are as follows. For the Armed Forces Committee, the chair is Councilmember Matucci, and the members are Councilmember Kalani and Councilmember Kaji. For the Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee, the chair is Mayor Chen, and the members are Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Sheikh. For the State Legislative Advocacy Committee, the chair is Mayor Chen, and the members are Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Matucci. Lastly, Council selects the chairs and members to the standing committees. Section 9.2 of the Rules of Order provides that each council member, other than the mayor, selects one standing committee on which to serve as chair, in order of seniority. Next, each council member, in reverse order of seniority, shall select a second standing committee on which to serve. And finally, each council member, in order of seniority, shall select a third standing committee on which to serve. City Council's current level of seniority, excluding the mayor, is as follows. The first is Councilmember Matucci. The second is Councilmember Kalani. The third is Councilmember Sheikh. Fourth is Councilmember Kaji. Fifth is Councilmember Lewis. And sixth is Councilmember Gerson. For the first selection, in order of seniority, we have Councilmember Matucci.
Councilman Lewis?
I just wanted to reflect that the current standing committees, as of October 11th, 2022, we just need to redo those for the record. For instance, I am chair of the strategic plan, and I also serve as a member of the Employee Relations and Public Safety and Transportation Committees, just to make sure that the record is accurate.
Thank you. Mayor, staff will correct that.
Okay,
We apologize
thank you.
for the confusion.
All right. So just pick one for now? Yeah. And that's there? Okay. Transportation?
We have Kalani, Councilmember Kalani.
Employee Relations and Public Safety.
Councilmember Sheikh.
Strategic plan, please.
Councilmember Kaji.
Finance and Government Operations.
Councilmember Lewis.
Citizen Development and Enrichment.
Councilmember Gerson.
Gee, what should I pick? Community planning and design?
In the second selection, reverse order of seniority, we have Councilmember Gerson.
Citizen development and enrichment?
Councilmember Lewis,
Transportation.
Councilmember Kaji,
Strategic plan.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Employee Relations and Public Safety.
Councilmember Kalani,
Transportation.
Councilmember Matucci,
Let me go with community planning and design.
Lastly, we will begin with going in order of seniority. We have Councilmember Matucci,
Citizens development and enrichment.
Councilmember Kalani,
Sorry, that leaves me with finance and governmental operations. Oh, there was.
Strategic plan.
So there's community planning and design, employee relations and public safety, finance and governmental ops, and strategic plan.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, I'll stay. I'll stay there.
Okay.
Finance and governmental operations.
We have Councilmember Sheikh,
Finance and Government.
Councilmember Kaji,
Let's see what's left.
Strategic Planning, Employee Relations and Public Safety, and Community Planning and Design.
I'll go on employee relations.
Councilmember Lewis,
Strategic plan.
Uh-oh.
No, that doesn't work, so I'll have to go to community planning and design.
Councilmember Gerson.
Strategic plan.
Yeah, so I had to switch.
Right.
Sorry. I had Councilman Sheikh on strategic plan and Councilman Kaji as a member.
Me as well.
And Councilman Lewis, I think you wanted to get on there?
Yeah, I wanted strategic plan, but that would leave Gerson on, and he's already the chair
Oh,
of the
got it.
strategic.
Same
Yeah,
one, that's right.
correct. So it has to go this way.
This city clerk, do you have the final?
I have
maybe?
him here as well if you'd like me to go.
Oh, you
over
have it? Maybe, can you just read it off so that everybody knows?
Yes, of course. To confirm each committee chairs and members for the Citizen Development and Enrichment Committee, we have Councilmember Lewis as chair, and the members are Councilmember Gerson and Councilmember Matucci. For Community Planning and Design Committee, we have Councilmember Gerson as chair, and the members are Councilmember Matucci and Councilmember Lewis. For the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee, we have Councilmember Kalani as chair, and Councilmember Sheikh and Councilmember Kaji as members. For the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee, we have Councilmember Kaji as chair, and the members are Councilmember Kalani and Councilmember Sheikh. For the Strategic and Planning Committee, we have Councilmember Sheikh as chair, and for the members, we have Councilmember Kaji and Councilmember Gerson. And then for the Transportation Committee, we have Councilmember Matucci as chair, and Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Kalani.
And so I need a process check with, I don't, do we need a motion, or this is what was read is, we're done with this?
I think you can just confirm it.
Okay.
Those are the appointments.
Okay. It's confirmed. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And at this moment, we're gonna pull forward item 9M, since it's a close cousin of the item we just did. And is there a staff presentation?
There is, Your Honor. Carlos Weezer, Management Associate with City Manager's Office. So for item 9M, it's actually a recommendation from the mayor that City Council, one, concur with appointments as voting delegates and/or members and alternates to the following outside agencies: National League of California Cities, the League of California Cities, Sanitation Districts of LA County, the Southern California Association of Governments, South Bay Cities Council of Governments, Independent Cities Association, U.S. Conference of Mayors, West Vector Control District of LA County, and the Torrance Sister Cities Associations. And with that confirmation or concurrence, there's also a second recommendation that we direct the city clerk to update and post a Form 806 on the city's website as required by law. Due to the March 5th, 2024 Torrance election results, City Council gained Councilmember Jeremy Gerson, which now it finds necessary for the mayor to appoint members to the outside agencies. The mayor has made the following appointments to the outside boards and agencies. For the Independent Cities Association, the member would be Mayor George Chen, with the alternate member being Mayor Pro Temp. For the League of California Cities, the member would be Mayor Chen, with the alternate member being Councilmember Lewis. National League of Cities would be Mayor Chen as the member, and then the alternate member would be the Mayor Pro Temp. Sanitation District of LA County, Mayor will be the member, with Councilmember Kaji as the alternate member. Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, Mayor will be the member, with the Pro Temp as the alternate. South Bay Cities Council of Governments, Councilmember Matucci would be the member, with Councilmember Kaji and Mayor as alternate members. For the U.S. Conference of Mayors, Mayor would be the member with no alternate member. The West Vector Control of LA County, this is a 2-year appointment. This would be chaired with, or the member would be Councilmember Matucci with no alternate. And then for the Torrance Sister Cities Association, the member would be Councilmember Kaji with Councilmember Gerson as alternate. And then essentially staff just asking for confirmation from the council, or if there's any questions, staff's available to answer questions.
Councilman Gerson.
Sorry, new guy question. When this is Mayor Pro Tem, is that the current Mayor Pro Tem for a year, or on July 1st, does the new Mayor Pro Tem then take over? Is this a full year or a partial year?
It would be a partial year, so whenever there's that transition that occurs with the Mayor Pro Tem, that new Pro Tem would essentially take over as the alternate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Every 6 months we'll have a different Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. All right. Do you have a motion to concur with the assignments?
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Oh, hang on for a second. I was just told that I didn't ask for public comments. Maybe I should have. Are there any public comments on this item?
Hello, this is Porchop. Maybe you could just vote on this on the consent calendar, because any comments from the public, you know, what you're gonna do if I say something? Nothing. You pick up your candidates, you sign up for something, you vote for it. So why even ask for a public comment? How you call them? I give up the rest of my time, because it doesn't matter 1 minute or 10 minutes of 5 hours. Just don't care.
Thank you for your kindness, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, I guess we're coming back. Councilman Tucci. Oh, yes. Yeah, our screen blanked out, so I was wondering we had to restart.
Thank you. I move to accept.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're on item 9E from the Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services. Your honorable body has provided conceptual approval for the placement of a World War II internment camp wall memorial in Columbia Park. The memorial is funded by a grant from the California Natural Resources Agency. The state funding includes a requirement for a 5-member advisory committee. 2 members have already been assigned by the state legislature, Ms. Priscilla Uchida and Ms. Nancy Hayata. The remaining 3 members are to be appointed by the mayor and city council. The committee is a volunteer group whose role is to review and provide input on the memorial project, implementation, and ongoing educational components. The city council retains final authority in all matters pertaining to the memorial. Following direction from city council on January 23rd of this year, a call for applicants to the advisory committee was announced using city social media and website information. Applications were made public on February 26th and were due on March 18th. 11 applications were received, and the city clerk's office reviewed them for residency and voter registration confirmation. Please note that advisory committee members do not need to be residents of Torrance or registered voters. The appointments by your honorable body need to include at least 1 representative of an organization specializing in Japanese American history or who is active in the local Japanese American community. Staff must also acknowledge the support of the city clerk's office in doing the research with us and in tallying tonight's vote. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Now, at this moment, I see that there's someone in the public that wants to speak on this item. Am I correct? Because I look at this almost like how we appoint commissioners, but I see a member of the public who wants to speak. I'd rather have the public speak first before we start making the nominations. Rebecca?
Yes. James Henry.
Question. Has the city received the money for the World War II wall monument at Columbia Park from the state of California, or is the money still pending? And if the grant money is still pending from the state of California, why are we doing this now?
Your Honor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, the grant agreement has been signed by the City of Torrance and the State of California, California Natural Resources Agency. The funds are on a reimbursement basis, so as we expend to support the construction of the memorial, we will submit for reimbursement from the fund. The monies will be encumbered as soon as we go to an RFP, which is shortly.
Thank you. Does anyone else from the public who wishes to speak before we start the nomination?
Good evening, everybody, Mayor and honorable council members. Thank you for considering these appointments tonight. My name is Russell Akiyama, and I'm a local business owner, and actually, as of recently now, officially a resident of the city of Torrance. And so as much as this monument will be significant, it will also provide a place for solemn remembrance and reflection, as well as be an important opportunity for growth, healing, and connection. I believe as a lifelong community member to this town and relative to those who were wrongly incarcerated under Executive Order 9066, that this monument will mean so much to so many, and that through careful and dedicated commitment to all appropriate stakeholders and interests, provide an avenue for the meeting of history and the work we all do to build a better future together as a balanced community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I shouldn't have been after Russell. That was my mistake. My name is Stacy Toda. I'm one of the applicants for the advisory committee. And just to tell you a little bit about myself, I am a lifelong Torrance resident. My K through 12 education was here in Torrance. And then I went to UC San Diego to major in ethnic studies and history. My senior research paper was on Japanese Americans in Torrance. During the day, I work for Long Beach City College, for the director, as the director of communications. I volunteer for a local Asian American community organization. And, you know, most importantly, the reason why I'm so interested in this group is because I'm the granddaughter and great-granddaughter of people who were wrongly incarcerated in the Manzanar camp. So, you know, I'm just here to ask for your appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. I'm very happy, you know, this is happening because a monument like this would remind people, you know, the bad things happened here in America, and, you know, they call them incarceration, you know, I mean, it was rounding them up in a concentration camp, but they were treated better than other concentration camps. But I'm very happy this is happening because this way people who are attending that park or whatever, they can see and remember and they can learn because we all learn from history. You know, the history is the mirror of the future. So if people learned about these bad things, then they can appreciate, you know, the better future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If we don't, looks like we don't have any more public comments. So at this moment, we're going to proceed very similar to how we appoint commissioners. And I'll ask council members to click in. And the first round, we would just, each member, I know we're going to have 3 to fill. I'm going to ask you just nominate one person. And if it's, and the person, if you want to nominate, it's already nominated, go down to your second person. If it's already nominated, you don't have to click in. And then after all the nominations are done, then we will take a voice vote that the city clerk will help and to nominate the 3. Hopefully that was clear. I think the first person who clicked in is Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to nominate Mr. Daniel M. Maeda.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Russell Akiyama.
Councilman Matucci.
Stacy Toda.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Lisa Akiyama Robinson.
Okay. At this moment, if anyone else will go that has not clicked in, I'll give you some time. Councilman Gerson.
First 4 picked, or the first 4 on my list. My next one is Alan H. Kita.
Okay. At this moment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five nominations. Anyone else have, from the council, want to nominate anyone else? Councilman Kaji.
I'd like to nominate Debbie Mochidome.
Okay, we have 6 nominations so far for 3 seats. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the nomination. City Clerk, I think if I did this right in the past, we'll do a voice vote and each member would provide 3 names. And then at the end, we'll see which 3 has the most votes.
Okay, there are 6 who were nominated. So when I call your name, you'll be voting for 3. And we'll do it in roll call order if that's okay, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember Gerson.
Stacy Toda. Russell A. Akiyama. Lisa Akiyama Robinson.
Councilmember Kaji.
Daniel Maeda. Stacy Toda. Debbie Mochidome.
Councilmember Kalani.
Russell A. Akiyama. Lisa Akiyama Robinson. Stacy Toda.
Councilmember Lewis.
Russell Akiyama, Lisa Robinson Akiyama, and Stacy Toda.
Councilmember Matucci.
Stacy Toda, Russell Akiyama, and Debbie Ochidome.
Councilmember Shake.
Thank you. Mr. Russell Akiyama, Lisa Akiyama Robinson, and Stacy Toda.
Mayor Chen.
Daniel Maeda, Debbie Mochidome, and Stacy Toda.
Okay, if my little check marks are correct, I have Russell Akiyama with 5 votes, Daniel Maeda with 2 votes, Debbie Mochidome with 3 votes, Lisa Akiyama Robinson with 4 votes, and Stacy Toda with 7 votes. So the top 3 are Russell Akiyama, Lisa Akiyama Robinson, and Stacy Toda.
All right. So I think, for those who are appointed, thank you for offering yourself to serve. And I think we're done with this item. Thank you very much. Item 9F, from the Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, honorable mayor, members of the council. John LaRock, Community Services. On April 25th, 2023, your honorable body provided direction that the Parks and Recreation Commission work with staff to study and make recommendations regarding the placement of 1 or more off-leash dog parks in city parks. Today, all city parks are dog-friendly. Dogs in parks are required to be on a maximum 6-foot leash, and handlers are required to retain control as well as clean up after their animals. Although the rules for having dogs in parks are posted and reinforced by park rangers, animal control, and other city authorities, people routinely allow their dogs to be off-leash in parks. Off-leash dogs can pose a hazard to other people, dogs, and property. While it is unknown if an off-leash dog park would successfully address off-leash dogs, it would provide an alternative to the enforcement model. The Parks and Recreation Commission and a commission subcommittee discussed dog parks at a number of meetings, and the subcommittee performed research on their own. Public comment was received by the commission regarding potential locations in various parks. At their December 13, 2023 meeting, the commission approved a recommendation that the city council consider an off-leash dog park in Columbia Park. Columbia Park was identified as a location based on its regional park status, distance from residential properties, existing amenities, and accessible pathways from parking. Columbia is also one of the parks generating the largest quantity of off-leash dog complaints. Dog parks are typically unsupervised facilities. For off-leash facilities, staff recommends rules be added to the municipal code pertaining to use. A dog park would have 2 sections, one for dogs under 35 pounds and the other for larger dogs. The cost projection for a basic dog park is $60,000. That cost includes fencing, entry gates, seating, natural grass, irrigation, dog waste bag dispensers, waste receptacles, and signage. Ongoing management includes dog waste bags, trash management, turf management, and irrigation maintenance. Due to these obligations, staff recommends that a .5 parks maintenance worker be added to manage the workload of having a dog park without impacting existing park staff routing. Staff would also seek to create a resident-based fringe group to supplement care of the facility and encourage proper use. It should be noted that Councilmember Lewis provided a supplemental referral on the dog park item for a facility naming opportunity that honored Police Department canine officers. Police Chief Hart was consulted and has requested that a naming opportunity recognize the whole program, such as dedicated to Torrance Canine Heroes. Funding for an off-leash dog park is available from one-time land management fees and fiscal year 23-24 savings available in the Community Services Department budget. I want to also acknowledge the members of the Parks and Recreation Commission and the members of the subcommittee that performed a lot of the research on this item. Thank you, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Oh, they're all clicking in. Wow. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess if you're a dog lover, every park, would become a great location for a dog park. If you're not too keen on dogs, then obviously the opposite of that, right? I've seen some of the communication and concerns from the public, and I understand one of the biggest issues is the current situation of the dogs being off leash, and the I'll call it the lack of enforcement. Of course, we can't be everywhere at all times. It's almost impossible. But I really love the idea of this, and I really do support it. I just ask that we beef up enforcement of the off-leash on the rest of the park and the rest of the parks in general, because I think it's important that if we are going to add dog parks like this within the city, there's really no more excuses as to why people should let their dogs run. And I get it, you want your dogs to get exercise, but it is a dangerous situation like that. It's funny you mentioned the 35-pound section and above 35 pounds. That's a scary dog when they start getting that big, So have we had situations where, like dog fights? Because I remember an email coming in, I think it was at Wilson Park a few years back. But how do we handle situations like that where dogs fight?
Well, Councilmember Tucci, thank you. John LaRock, Community Services. Typically, we are involved following a conflict like that. It's rare that we witness something like that happening. Sure. And oftentimes it's one handler allowing their dog to be off leash. It may have aggressive tendencies or a trigger to then pursue another dog in the park that may or may not be on a leash itself. So we are often dispatched after that. Residents or users of the park tend to not want to advance a case or call the police, file a police report. It's just considered a circumstance of having a dog in the park, and of course, as your point made, breaking the rules by taking it off leash.
No, true. Now, I've seen dogs jump pretty tall fences. Are we going to have? Because I think the reporter was about 6 feet. I think it's
typically they tend to be between 4 and 6 feet. They also tend to sometimes have a pattern of design. So rather than just a straight line linear fence, they might have some curvature to them or some design to, again, make it more of a community-friendly amenity.
Yeah.
But obviously, we would follow best practices to ensure that certainly the larger sized dogs aren't able to leave the paddock or jump into the small dog pack.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I definitely fully support this. Thank you.
Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the Community Service Director, Mr. LaRock, and your team for giving us detailed information. Like you said earlier, also want to thank the commissioners. They did a great job, and having subcommittee and all that kind of work. Great job. We don't have any commissioners from here. Yes, we do. Okay. I want to thank you, sir. Thank you for your contribution. My question is, this $88,000, does that include the capital spend?
Yes, so that number is a combined estimated budget expense, $60,000 for the establishment of the park, and then the balance being the .5 Park Services staff member, which, if we proceed with this, we would bring back as a program modification with the 24-25 budget.
So it's inclusive of everything, the
That's
capital
correct.
and, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I think
And
I
then
got
the
it.
ongoing expenses
Yes.
for liners and so forth would be part of our general operating budget.
The hours for these parks, I don't see any specific directions. When can they go and when they cannot? Is there any restrictions on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Shake. We would confer with the Parks and Recreation Commission on best practices for hours. Typically, the dog park would run with the park hours, which are 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Oh.
However, it is not intended to be a lit facility, so we may sunset use for dusk every day. We would also build in specific closure days and times for the routine maintenance it does require. so that it can be maintained and doesn't become a nuisance for all park users based on the presence of so many dogs in one location.
Thank you. How far are these from residential areas, if we know of the answer?
The closest residential location is 410 feet, and that's working across the community gardens, which would provide a natural buffer even before it would reach the community, and the residences would not have line of sight to the dog park.
I know the citation will only, or can be given by our Torrance Police Department for this. Just to clear that, how much, what's the amount what we're talking about here for first citation, second citation? I just want to understand the consequences of if someone keep on repeating that or getting those violations. Thanks.
I would defer to Police Chief Hart with regards to what citations they issue. We are able to issue administrative citations, but we require essentially an identification of the offending individual, which would include a brick and mortar address. We don't have the authority to detain them to receive that information, so those start at $100 and escalate from there.
Jay Hart, Chief of Police. Sir, for any other specific information on the fines, I would have to do that research to get you that most updated information.
Thank you. I think the consequences are very important. If we don't have this in place, public may have, keep on doing this, and they feel that nobody's there, so they're just going to keep on to have the dog off leash, and still this little ordinance that we're trying to recommend is not going to accomplish what we want to accomplish. So I may have missed it. I think you covered almost everything, but I just wanted to understand what the resources, I know that you mentioned the resources, have a full-time employee and things like that. Do you think you have enough resources to cover those parks?
Well, certainly with 33 parks and over 400 acres of park space, that would take quite an army of staff to make sure that everyone is complying with every rule possible. Our park rangers and animal control officers are uniformed very clearly as representatives of the City of Torrance and Community Services Department, and by and large, they receive full compliance from dog handlers for that when they are seen visually, even from a distance. Those dog handlers leash up because they realize they're going to get a talking to at least. Again, we try to do this from a point of education for their safety and the safety of the park users, and almost universally we receive compliance. When we don't, and it seems like a situation that might escalate and threaten public safety, then we make a referral to the police department for support, but we try not to burden them with this because obviously they have other things to be doing.
Yeah, personally, I've received a couple calls from Oneida Park that some of the dogs are off leash, and sometimes, of course, our police department is important, we have other important tasks. So if someone calls, is that a number they call you guys, or what's the process on that, if you could
The
please?
public is absolutely welcome to call both animal control and the park rangers and to report any type of misuse of the parks, whether that's unpermitted activity, dogs off leash, smoking, etc.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Roth. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, this was the first park that we were going to test this concept. Yes?
Well, the concept of dog parks really necessarily have a limit to them. We can take direction to establish more than one dog park, but certainly I think from at least a staff training perspective and a public awareness, starting with one and then branching from there based on community buy-in for other locations that people might not find so offensive based on the public comment would be a good first step.
Yeah, my District 2 residents are not in agreement with Intradero, and neither am I. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to introduce it to the city. I would also hope within that we can also emphasize and stress the need to register the pets and microchip them. And when I mean microchip them, actually put in your current address and contact information to make it easier to be reunited with your pet. So hopefully this can be part of an entire package that we have toward our already growing and robust animal control program, which I'm very happy with right now. With our park rangers and the job that they've been doing, have heard some great comments from the community on the work that they're doing. So I hope this will be, we're able to build on what we've already started. So thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis, Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just need to preface this in saying I love animals. I love dogs. I love cats, horses, every animal. So I hope the questions I'm going to ask are not going to sound animal negative, but there were some real standouts for me in this, and one was 20 hours a week of maintenance. So the 60,000 plus the 28,000 for the first year, that's 28,000 every year for 20 hours a week in just maintenance. That's picking up things left behind. I don't want to say the word. Picking up things left behind, fixing the grass, those kind of things. That's a lot of man hours. That's a lot of man hours. If you do a second one, that's a full-time employee. That's not the ranger that's making sure everybody's obeying the rules. That's just maintenance, right? Okay. And are there additional insurance costs? I was looking at the rules, like can you bring certain dogs that are considered more aggressive than other dogs?
Councilmember Kalani, thank you. John Laurent, Community Services. As we indicated in the rules that we described as potential for the amenity in our staff report, we would actually want to enter certain rules into the municipal code so that we can post code required rules so that if there's an infraction, it can be reinforced with a citation of some form. But that you're correct in that dogs in heat would be prohibited in the messaging. Aggressive dogs. We would also, to Councilmember Lewis's point, seek to restrict, at least through messaging, dogs that are not licensed in the city of Torrance, dogs that are not vaccinated for rabies, which are also both violations of the code.
Right, and that was the other thing I had highlighted. Dogs in heat not allowed means they don't need to be spayed and neutered. It can be.
Again, we cast a wide net to cover all behaviors.
Yeah. Okay, all right, well, we'll go on beyond that. We also know that, animals, dogs, especially small dogs, lots of them in an area, coyotes can scale a smooth 8-foot fence. They can climb a chain link fence. Do we have any concerns about, especially as sun sets, about, they're already there, they're already in Columbia Park. Is that a safety concern at all?
Councilmember Kalani, thank you, John LaRock. We actually have very few sightings reported at Columbia Park, just anecdotally. However, we've not encountered any best practice information from the colleagues we've sampled on this and staff present and otherwise that have experience with dog parks in other cities, have never encountered a coyote-animal conflict just because of the density of user and noise at the dog park. Coyotes are very afraid of people generally and don't seek out large groups for prey. So we would not anticipate that being an issue, but if it does, we can certainly consult our contracted trapper for their guidance on that. But that so far has not been an issue in terms of other parks that we have surveyed for their best practices.
Okay. Do we have a lot of off-leash complaints at Columbia? Like, what's the number? I know you said it's more than other parks.
I didn't bring the complaint data that we've received because it goes to multiple offices, of course.
Sure.
But it is substantial with the other 3 parks we've mentioned in the report.
Okay.
Only because obviously the great expanse of field space at Columbia is an enticement for off-leash dog activity.
And I apologize if I asked this already. Is there any concern of liability on the part of the city if someone gets bit or trying to separate a fight?
In terms of when, with the process to establish the park, if approved, we would certainly consult with our risk management office if they wanted to adjust any of the coverages that blanket cover all of the parks and the activities. It's just like putting in a new playground and it has a new height amenity. It's, based if you have the proper safety measures in place in terms of the messaging to the users of the dog park, what is not allowed. That is our buffer against any liability for something that might go wrong. They will also inherit liability by using it, just as anybody else does to use the parks.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilman Kaji.
Thank you for the presentation, Director LaRock. As a dog owner, we've used the park in Redondo Beach, and so our pet has enjoyed the company of other dogs at that facility. I have been at Columbia, so I have seen dogs that have been off leash, and I have seen some aggressive dogs there. Since I'm a slow-moving human trying to exercise around the park, I think they view me as prey. A few desperate animals might view me as prey. But I do believe that a dog park can help those owners who would like to have their pets run around, but to do so in an enclosed environment. So I would support this, I guess, initial dog park establishment, and to see what sort of trailing data we collect as a result of having it in place. Thank you.
I have a few questions for staff related to page 3. I think where there's some operating rules, off-leash dog park. I see a couple of things in my head. Seems like there's sufficient concerns of off-leash, people not picking up, folks not picking up, I'm going to use the word dog poop. And I don't know if there's best practice or data, or from even back in your experience, both your experience in Redondo Beach and here, some desires to have dog parks so they can go out and the dogs could be more exercise their biological needs more freely. Does that really mitigate the concerns of dogs pooping randomly and owners not picking up after them?
Thank you, Mayor. John LaRock, Community Services. While there's no data or past practice to support that putting in a dog park will eliminate or reduce the behavior of dog handlers in the parks otherwise. However, what it gives us is when we're interfacing with those who are choosing to go off leash in the parks, instead of just telling them they cannot do that, it provides us with the opportunity to provide them with an alternative to relocate to Columbia Park or in Columbia Park to please use the dog off leash area and enjoy that to their pleasure. So if we change that behavior of the dog handler, I think in realizing how great the Columbia Park facility will be, hopefully if approved, they would cease to do that behavior elsewhere. So that would be an incremental long-term program for us to re-educate those who would offend the rules.
Right. Yeah, I guess some of the things I was looking at is, on the annually, you have to sort of close down the dog park a little bit to let the grass regrow. And
you don't close the entire dog park. You actually, on a quadrant basis, open and close segments. So, I mean, certainly in our weather, we don't have to do it as regularly as other dog parks in colder climates. But, a third of each section would be closed on a regular basis so that it sustains as a growth spurt while the other areas are used, and then you just rotate that.
Then you have to. You need to put in some temporary fencing.
That's correct. There will be internal temporary fencing to bifurcate those areas.
Understand. And then I guess is there concern about taking away some green space that people want for other activities?
Well, as noted by the subcommittee and the commission, as well as in our report, what has been identified by the subcommittee primarily and by staff in our research is that this is an area next to the community gardens that is not an activated space. It is nascent space that we can allocate safely without disturbing active spaces like the picnic area, the gazebo, and the playground, as well as not disturbing the community gardeners who are there on very short segments of time every day. So we think it's an ideal location in the park, and it also does not complicate any future activations of the park that we'll be prescribing, and you'll see when we get to the capital program in the budget, it can remain in place and perhaps even be expanded in that scenario. But I think we've chosen, and the subcommittee has chosen, a very good location.
Understand. Okay. Any other, Councilwoman Kalani?
Just one quick question. You came from a city that had a dog park, right? Can you,
Two, yes.
yeah, can you kind of share your experience with that, both positive and maybe challenging?
Well, I will state that the condition of off-leash dogs in parks in Redondo Beach is different because their parks are not dog-friendly. They don't allow dogs in the parks there. However, the parks are full of dogs, excuse me, and many of those dogs are off-leash. So good luck with that. And there's no enforcement. They have no park rangers. The large dog park in Dominguez Park, as Councilmember Kaji referenced, visiting, is a dirt patch. It's very unappealing visually, and because of the clay has hardened to the degree it is, there is no absorption of dog leavings, so there is a constant odor there. They have to close it every Wednesday for most of the day to clean it, so that it is a very heavy maintenance obligation park. There's a secondary linear dog run, which is a much more narrow type of space, a lane, if you will, that is built, one for large, one for small dogs, or just for reserved time that you actually schedule people to use and let their dogs scurry, and then just clip them and get out, and then the next person comes in, which is possibly an alternative for us when we go into the smaller parks if we do expand this program. So I would say that Torrance, for a city the size of Torrance to not have a dog park is fairly surprising, which I think was the original referral from Councilmember Matucci, that we were missing this kind of basic amenity that most cities have, certainly cities as large as Torrance. So I think it's a worthy endeavor. And again, the infrastructure to create the dog park is not such that if it's for some reason very unsuccessful or unsafe or there's incidents, that we couldn't undo it easily and restore the park to a different condition.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're going to the public comments now. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
I just take a minute extra because you were weighing on the pros and cons on a dog park, $60,000 expense, you know. Anyway, it's very important to have a dog park, by the way, because dog owners have no place to go and unleash their family members. And lots of people don't like it, lots of people like it, but I think you should just try it out, and if they're causing a problem, then, you know, just as he said, you can close it down. And by the way, on my street and my yard is a dog park, you know. People come there with unleashed dogs. Last time I was following an idiot, you know, and he called the police on me because I was following him, and the police said it's not a problem. You know, it's not a problem. Somebody...
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Dog owners that take their dogs to the park, they really love their dogs, so they're going to watch over their dogs really well. Just a couple of suggestions about maintenance. You could possibly enlist like extra credit for kids at school that want to come and help maintain the parks after people leave, or possibly for maybe juveniles that have to do community service. They could go to clean up stuff that's not picked up at the end of the day, stuff like that, and be inventive about mitigating the money cost for maintaining the parks. And I think your idea about having more knowledge about licensing and chipping and everything, that's really important, because I actually rescued a dog and I had to really...
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? All right. Item 9F, how does the council wish to proceed?
I move to approve item 9F with the moving forward on building a dog park at Columbia Park.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9G from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly with the City Manager's Office. Item 9G before you tonight seeks City Council approval to adopt a resolution setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for the executive and management employees effective April 21st, 2024. The previous resolution for this group was adopted February 7th, 2023. To summarize the key highlights in the resolution, this adds the risk manager classification that was previously approved by council on March 12th, 2024 as part of the city's mid-year program modifications. Additionally, it updates the reference and maximum points for all classifications to implement last year's 2023 May to May CPI figures in accordance with section 1.2.A5, as well as other minor language adjustments. In conclusion, staff recommends City Council adopt a resolution for the executive and management employees and available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? I don't see any. Are there any comments from the public on this item?
Hi, tell you the truth, I did not have time study this very deeply, and it's like, I don't know, it's nothing about, just one page. People commented on it like more, but just keep it in mind, all these raises you vote on all the time, it's contradict the fact that the city going down because the CalPERS and this and that obligations. And remember, you took out $350 million loan to not to go bankrupt, and more you raise these things, the more we're going down. Did you mention now we have 600 million? Or is that a false information? Just keep it in mind. Higher
Thank you, sir. Are there any others from the public who wish to speak on this item? I don't see any. How does the council wish to proceed? I think I need a number and title first.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2024-18, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, setting forth the hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees effective April 21st, 2024, and repealing resolution number 2023-12.
Make a motion to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9H from the Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Sheila Passan, Finance Director. Item 9H is a recommendation that City Council approve the program modification in the City Clerk's fiscal year 23-24 general fund operating budget in the amount of $122,794. This request is to add a 1.0 full-time equivalent Deputy City Clerk 2 position to support the functions of the Records Division in that department. On average, the City Clerk's office typically processes about 1,500 public records requests annually. This additional Deputy City Clerk 2 would allow for much-needed cross-training within the department and would also plan, organize, and manage the legislative and elections management or citywide records management divisions of the clerk's office. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the council? Councilman Matucci.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For clarifications, we are actually technically adding something that was taken out during the pandemic, correct?
Correct. It's a restoration.
Restoration, okay. So, yeah, thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Matucci. That was my question as well. The other question, I have a couple more questions. Are we changing any qualifications for this job, or are we keeping the same as we had last time.
The qualifications would remain the same, council member.
Would you briefly describe the qualification and the responsibilities for this job, please?
Okay. This would restore a deputy city clerk 2, which means I would have 2 in the office. They do a variety of work that they could be cross-trained and interchangeable. But for the records management portion, they would coordinate records retention, off-site retrieval of records, and destruction of records with city departments in accordance with legal requirements and records management policies and procedures, respond to complex and difficult requests, including Public Records Act requests and requests of a sensitive and confidential nature, such as subpoenas. They handle requests for records and information from other departments. They oversee the implementation and maintenance of computer databases for records retrieval. They would direct and supervise records and imaging activities, which would be scanning additional records into Laserfish. The more records we have online, the better the city's transparency, and also the records requests would go down because the records would be online and the public could would be able to access them from home.
That's good
that
enough.
enough?
That's good enough.
Okay.
That's basically, okay. So we're not making any changes to the annual compensation as well, correct?
No, there are no changes recommended to the annual compensation.
This was the same as we had last year. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else from the council? I don't see any. Anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
James Henry, I have a question. Is the new deputy city clerk number 2 person that is going to make $122,794 already employed in the city clerk's office?
No, this is adding a position back that was deleted during COVID.
Anyone else from the public?
This is Andy Porchop. I just wondered if all this time, the clerk's office was operating, then why do we have to restore this? You know what I mean? So, and the other thing is this including the CalPERS paychecks? I mean, the CalPERS pays, that's included? And the health insurance, it's included? Yes, no, maybe.
I believe we're adding one full-time person that has all the benefits of the city.
Mayor, the figure that's represented here is fully burdened, so yes.
Fully burdened, yes, includes all the benefits.
It's included, so it's not the base pay.
Yeah, it's not just
Alright.
a salary.
Not just
But
base.
if he could manage it for 3-4 years without it, I don't know what's the problem, or why do we need this?
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? If not, how does the council wish to proceed?
I move that we approve the program modifications in the city clerk's office.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Was that a thank you that you got one more head? Item 9I from the General Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Sean Megardichin, General Services. Staff is bringing forward this item as a return item for consideration by the council to install a permanent multicolor lighting system on the exterior of City Hall. On April 25th, 2023, Councilmember Shake requested and received concurrence from the council for consideration of the installation of the multicolored system. On September 12th, 2023, staff presented the council with an option to illuminate 3 sides of the front of City Hall at a cost of just shy of $100,000. And while the council liked the concept, your honorable body directed staff to look at more cost-efficient items or cost-efficient options, and so we've done that. We've canvassed different vendors, and ABM Electrical and Lighting Solutions Incorporated has proposed a LED color-changing lighting system for the exterior of City Hall for 8 fixtures. 4 would be on the front of City Hall, 2 each on the east and west sides at a cost of just a little over $21,000. And ABM actually gave us a demo in February, which has been on the east side of City Hall, which illuminates a pretty large swath of the facility. The proposed fixtures that we're going to discuss tonight are smaller in nature, but they will still have that effect of lighting up City Hall. It'll have a Bluetooth control so you can change the colors, and it can be controlled by staff relatively easily. So I'm here for questions tonight, and we'll see what you guys want to do.
Councilwoman
Mayor,
Lewis.
sorry,
Oh,
Adam Chapman, City Manager, if I may. We will return, based on direction tonight, to establish a policy which will determine under what circumstances, holidays, celebrations, we light up the City Hall. Thank you.
thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. You just answered one of my questions. My next question would be, we could later on, if we chose to and the budget allowed, add on to the system.
We could certainly expand the system if the install is complete and it's not to the satisfaction of the council or receive negative public comment. We can certainly look to expand beyond the 8 fixtures.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was an expandable thing and that we were setting parameters on the lighting. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council with questions or comments? I got one question. I think last year you actually were able to change some colors already. Is that correct?
So we have 6 existing in-ground lights in the front of the pillars of City Hall. And as an experiment, we received council concurrence to put color-changing gels within those in-ground light fixtures to celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, and Kwanzaa. And so we changed those 3. We had them up for certain times during December into January. So that was done by physically removing the lens, putting in a color-changing gel, and then closing the lens again. There were several iterations of that, as some colored gels didn't quite shine as well as we thought. This system I'm proposing tonight, it'd be all controlled by a Bluetooth application, whereas there's a large variety of colors that can change with the light fixtures.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone from the public who wish to comment on this item?
I just talk on this thing because, I don't want you to feel like people don't care about $21,000 expenditures. Anyway, so I'm kind of undecided on it, but why not? You know what I mean? More lights, the better. It's more maintenance or more things can go wrong, more expense, because somebody has to maintain it or, fix it if it's something wrong. But why not? It's nothing. What is $21,000? It's like a quarter to me. Just go ahead, let make it look like colorful, and maybe more lights, when we have more money, just take a few $100,000 to it and cover it, and then we could move like Disney movies and all that.
Anyone else wish to make a comment on this item?
Yeah, I talked on this one. You brought it up before. And I was wondering, I'm like, wait a minute. They talked about they put these gels over the lights. And I thought, okay, I'll let them go on that. But again, I'm sorry. Now I got to agree with him. Why are you spending money on this? Now you're just talking about the $68,000 for a frickin', excuse my language, audit. And you're quibbling about that. And now you want to spend $21,000. I mean, what for? It's fine, number one. Number two, you are going to have a problem about what gets lit up and what doesn't. And you're going to have people coming in here and going, I want to put it on this and I want to put it on that. I'm telling you, you're begging for trouble for something that doesn't even need to be. Put it off. Wait till we have the money to do it. Otherwise, don't quibble about $68,000.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? How does the council, are you coming up? Okay. How does council wish to proceed?
Mayor, I'd like to entertain a motion to concur with the staff recommendation.
And I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Gerson voting no and Mayor Chen voting no.
Let's see. Item 9J from the City Manager and Community Service Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services. On February 27th, 2024, your honorable body approved the purchase and resale of 1,000 tickets for the 2024 Torrance Dodger Day on July 21st. To date, all 1,000 tickets have been resold. Staff is seeking direction from the City Council regarding the purchase of an additional 500 ticket block due to public interest and demand. The presence of Torrance at the Dodger Day game supports efforts to raise the city's profile and strengthens our efforts to organize the Shohei Ohtani Day as per a prior City Council referral. The tickets for the proposed second order will be located on the third and first base sides of the stadium based on availability. Your honorable body may provide direction this evening that staff purchase an additional 500 tickets for the July 21st Torrance Dodger Day and that they be resold at $15 per ticket. The cost to procure the additional tickets is fully offset by savings in the fiscal year 23-24 Community Services budget. Thank you, and staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have questions or comment? Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. I know I've asked this before, and I just wanted to make sure that we get the numbers right. The actual cost is about $50 a ticket.
The actual cash value of these tickets is $33, and we're reselling at $15.
But there was, I think, a transaction fee or something like that.
$10 per block, so it's not a per ticket charge.
It's not a per ticket.
Correct. That's the group sale pricing, which is more favorable than individual.
So the 18,000, if I take 18,000 divided, so that's the total cost, 18,000, but we're recouping 15.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're recouping $15 per ticket.
Per ticket, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that's, all right. So that's the expenditure up front, but then we recoup some of it.
It is partially offset by the resale price. Yes, Councilmember. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I will make a comment, probably the same thing as I did before. I still believe that it's good to have Dodger Day, but I think we should sell it at price as opposed to a cash subsidy. But that is my opinion. I'm going to stay consistent with that. Any other questions from the council? If not, okay.
Our transit director is gone. Have we considered actually offering bus service from our new transit center? Although I know Metro and you can go to the Harbor Gateway, but I think that would be a good opportunity for us to showcase our brand new transit center.
Councilmember Lewis, thank you, John LaRock. We are actually going to be advertising the connectivity of the transit center and the Torrance bus lines that will connect to the Harbor Gateway Torrance Dodger Express. So participating ticket holders can originate from the transit center or take the bus there and then connect to the Harbor Gateway line, which will connect with the Torrance Dodger bus.
I loved how you put it all together, but my question is, I only want to get on. I want to get on the bus once and get off at Dodger Stadium, get back on the bus, and get off.
Transit has been working with Dodgers and Metro for starting a pilot project contingent on staffing availability. Dodgers have, it's a long season. Our ability to go to all the games it's unlikely, but we are looking at opportunities we're going to be shadowing Metro, the team, to see how their program works, and we're exploring to create opportunities for us to have direct one-seat rides to the Dodgers game. Whether or not we can make it happen by this July 21st, we'll keep you updated, but we'll follow up.
Yeah, because right now I'm only asking for one
I
trip,
I understand.
for Torrance Dodger Day on a Torrance Transit bus to
There's
and
certain,
from.
there are certain FTA requirements that we have to abide with, but if it's possible, we'll make that happen since it's a great economic development tool.
Perfect,
And
thank
to
you.
promote our transit center. Thank you.
And since out of 1,500 tickets potentially this evening, we would need, I think, about 20 to 23 buses to take all those people to Dodger Stadium.
We got that.
Well, let me ask the question that I think everyone's thinking. Is the assumption that it would be no cost?
We have not explored what that would entail as far as, our current shuttle is a $4 round trip to SoFi.
Right.
So there will have to be some.
Sure, I'm asking
cost
the question
component.
because the Metro Dodger bus is $0, right? It's free. That's why I want to make sure
Yes.
that. But you didn't say that we're looking at to
I'm not in liberty at this point to determine what the cost would be, but that if there is a Torrance Transit provided the shuttle service, we'll have to discuss the financial impacts.
Yes. Just want to make sure that's understood. I know that, it's a big difference between 23 buses, free buses, again. I'm going to be consistent with my principles of finance. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Porchop again. I just may be too old not to understand this thing, so correct me if I'm wrong. You're buying a ticket for $33 and then you sell it for $15? Yes, that's correct. Okay, so what kind of business is this? Thank God you're just investing $18,000. I mean, is this stupid? Is this just stupid? Buy something for $33 and sell it for $15? I mean, what kind of business is this? What kind of business is this? And what for? And going to the Dodger Stadium with a bus and coming home with all the drunk people. You're lucky if they don't throw up on you, if they don't beat you up for something. People die on the parking lot at Dodger Stadium. And then you're wasting money on this?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. You need to tone it down a little bit. Well, we got your message. Go ahead.
Okay, either way, you're getting up there, whether by or by the Dodger thing, you better let your senior citizens know, anybody who's disabled, because you got to walk a long way unless you're let up in Lot P, and then you can go to the elevators and go wherever you want because it's centrally located. Also, number two, you better tell people that they better be, unless they bring their own food, for a Dodger dog, a fry cup, and a souvenir drink cup, you're going to spend $24. That's just for that. That's not counting your peanuts. That's not counting your popcorn, your nachos, or whatever. FYI. Okay? Anyways, you guys have a good time because I'm done letting Dodger Stadium rip me off anymore.
Understand. We did this last year, so we know the costs. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
James Henry, I'm trying to figure out the math on this. If approved, the total expense of Dodger Night to the city is $54,000 from the general fund? Yes or no?
Another request tonight is to approve 500 tickets at a not-to-exceed cost of $18,000.
You had 1,000 before this.
We had, let me make sure, maybe he wasn't clear. We had a previous item months ago. We did the same deal for 1,000 tickets, and they were sold out already. So this item is to buy an additional 500, pretty much the same deal.
Total expense.
Yeah. We're paying for half the cost, bottom line, at 500. That will make it simple. It's not complex math. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, how does the council wish to proceed?
Motion to approve item 9J.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9K from the Community Development Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor. Oscar Martinez, Community Development Department. I have a few slides that covers the material tonight. Looking at those, please. Next slide, please. The presentation is going to include some background information for what this item is before you. We're going to show the downtown Torrance district map, and then I'll summarize the proposed downtown Torrance standard amendments, the signage amendments, and then I'll conclude with a recommendation to council. Slide, please. In June 2023, the City Council considered an appeal of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director denial of a sign permit request for a tire shop located on Torrance Boulevard. City Council overturned the decision to deny the request and directed staff to review the downtown Torrance signage standards and prepare revisions that would amend the standards that apply to arterial parcels to align with the standards applied citywide. The downtown Torrance sign standards were approved in 1980 as part of the Downtown Redevelopment Project Area Development Standards. The development standards and signage standards were established to preserve the character and pedestrian scale of the downtown area, where many of the buildings are constructed next to the sidewalk. Slide, please. This map identifies the parcels that make up the downtown Torrance district. The blue cross-hatched parcels identifies the frontage along arterial streets, which are Torrance Boulevard, Carson Street, and Cabrillo Avenue. The lavender color parcels are located on the non-arterial streets. The parcels along the arterial streets are larger in size and developed with larger buildings. Slide, please. Currently, the downtown Torrance signage standards allow a maximum sign area of 1 1/2 square feet for each linear feet of qualified street frontage, with a minimum allowance of 25 square feet and a maximum letter height of 18 inches and a maximum overall height not to exceed 2 feet 6 inches. The standards are appropriate for the smaller properties located in the downtown core, but would result in practical difficulties for properties located along arterial streets that have larger buildings and on longer street frontages. The amended standards would apply to the Torrance Municipal Code standard, which allows 2 square feet of sign area per linear feet of street frontage, with no limitation on sign height for parcels fronting on these arterial streets. The proposed amendments add a definition of the sign placement area as a continuous plane of a wall or architectural features on which a sign is to be mounted to help reduce ambiguity for calculating the 15% limitation on a face of a wall maximum, and also increase the height of the window lettering from 6 inches to 9 inches to be consistent with the size of address numerals that are required for new buildings. Slide, please. The proposed amendments also delete the restrictions and limit the signage colors to the downtown color palette to provide greater flexibility to businesses with trademarks and logos, and shifting the review authority of non-conforming signage and multi-tenant building signage from the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission to the Community Development Director. For public outreach, staff mailed out notices to property owners and business owners within the downtown core, as well as provided information to the Downtown Torrance Association on 2 separate occasions. No objections were received. Slide, please. In conclusion, the Community Development Director recommends that City Council discuss the proposed Torrance signage standard amendments, adopt a resolution amending the downtown Torrance signage standards, and determine that the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15060C3 and 15061B3. That concludes staff's presentation and is available for any questions.
Thank you. Oscar, I think if I recall correctly, the June 2023. That was the evening when America Tire came.
That's
and
correct,
they
Your Honor.
had a request on the sign. That's how this came to be. So this is a follow-up to that. Okay, I just want to make sure we calibrate ourselves why this came back. All right. Any members of the council have questions or comments on this? Okay. Going? All right. You will have a chance. Does any members of the public wish to make a comment on this item?
It's pork chop again, so just speak up so you think somebody cares. First of all, I feel sorry for these people if they don't make money at downtown Torrance. It would be all unnecessary if they would make money or the business would be profitable. But these things and all the money you pour into that thing and it's still not going, it's not going to make a difference how it's a 6-inch ladder or a 9-inch ladder. Are you kidding me? And as they say in my old country, there is no need to beat a dead horse. There is no need to beat a dead horse. I live in Torrance over 30 years, and if I went downtown Torrance 10 times, that's a lie. I went there recently like 5 times, and just to look around what the BS going on there. Nothing. I feel sorry for the people.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Okay, then we'll come back. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Just wanted to, and thank you for preparing the presentation and reaching out to downtown Torrance. Just wanted to make sure that if a building does have signage, oops, I talk with my hands. If a building does have signage both on one of the main arterial streets, but also can be seen from the interior of downtown Torrance, that the sign, that these new regulations are only for the outside portion, not the inside portion, the interior portion of the building. Is that correct?
Councilman Kalani, yes, that's correct. That would only be applicable to the street frontages on those arterial sides.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you. Just for clarification, thanks.
Okay. I think at this moment, I'm going to ask the city clerk for number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2024-19, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending the downtown Torrance signage standards.
Move to adopt resolution 2024-19 and determine the project as CEQA exempt.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9L for City Manager and Human Resource Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Before you this evening is the 3rd edition of the City of Torrance's Year in Review. Next slide, please. The annual report provides a high-level view of projects and services offered by the city in 2023. The intent is to communicate the breadth of services provided by the public's full-service city. Next slide, please. Information is presented in various forms, including narratives, statistics, and visual imagery of life happenings in Torrance, and how they have a direct correlation to our residents, businesses, and visitors. Next slide, please. QR codes are provided to allow for easy scanning with a smartphone device or a click from a desktop or tablet when trying to learn more about a featured item. Next slide. Unlike prior year reports that were centered on department-specific features, this year's report was centered on themes that were derived from the city's strategic plan, of which the City Council approved the Strategic Plan Implementation Plan in 2023. The themes focus on city services and projects being advanced by different departments in the areas of branding and beautification, community engagement, environmental efforts, fiscal responsibility, economic vitality, community and employee engagement, facilities and infrastructure, interagency collaboration, and public safety. These highlight the intersections within these theme areas across all city departments to promote collaboration across departmental lines in advancing the council's vision and adopted policies. Next slide, please. An additional feature of this year's report was to highlight recent city elections and various projects that have been identified as areas of focus for the city in 2024. Next slide, please. Following the council's review and concurrence, the report will be distributed through all city social media handles. The report will also be easily found on the city's main webpage, torranceca.gov. Additionally, staff will be developing an abbreviated version for distribution to Torrance households directly. As one of the 2024 focus projects that are included in the Looking Forward feature, staff is taking a comprehensive review of all city communication mediums and methods, and will be measuring outcomes to inform future year-end reviews. Next slide, please. As evidenced by one of our recent communication efforts related to the Los Arboles Park rocket ship renovation that went viral and received over 126,000 views and counting. City staff, both in that video and all city services, take pride in delivering the projects and services that Torrance residents and businesses rely on. Next slide, please. On behalf of the city manager, we would like to extend an appreciation to all departments for providing the wonderful representations of their operations and municipal service delivery. Additionally, a special note of gratitude to graphic designer Alan Tang on the design and layout, and Human Resources Department Jill Reed for coordinating with the departments to gather the content, edit copy, modifications, and images, many of which she took herself. Finally, staff also thanks council for your continued guidance and support of city staff and your consideration of the material before you this evening, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council or comments? I heard it's beautiful. All right. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Very nice. The city staff has time to work on this, editing, give them photographs and blah, blah, blah. But I can't get a copy, but I can see it online. So instead of that, year in review, you never talk about that, how much you're raising our taxes. Not Texas, where people move to, our taxes. Every tax you voted on, multiple times from trash pickup to this and that. Are you going to put this in the report? And everything just go up higher and higher, your wages and everything, and this is what you spent your time on? A better understanding for the public. This is one sheet, better understanding for the public. Give me a break.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? All right, I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the city manager and human resource director.
I move that we accept and file the City of Torrance 2023 year in review.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're on the public hearing. I'm looking to my colleagues to make sure we keep pressing. Okay, let me know when you need a recess. Do you need a recess? Can we make this a short recess? 5-minute recess? Okay. 5-minute recess. Really 5 minutes. We have returned from recess. We're moving on to item 10, hearings. Now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda items 10A-1 and 10A-2 pertaining to proposed amendments to the city charter. Agenda item 10A1 deals with positions of the city manager and city attorney, city clerk, and city treasurer. Agenda item 10A2 deals with the rest of the city charter. The agenda item will be considered as part of the public hearing, but each agenda item will be heard separately. Has this item been properly advertised and posted?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Is there a staff presentation for the agenda item 10A1?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. That will be done after I do my recusal. As you said, this is one public hearing that's split into two agenda items. The first agenda item, since it involves the city attorney's position, creates a conflict of interest for me, so I will be recusing myself in this matter and stepping out of the room. Jean Marie Litvin from my office will be stepping in to give advice to the council on the Brown Act and municipal law, and the item 10A1 will be presented by special counsel Peter Brown. The city manager has already stepped out, and I'll step out now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, both the city manager and city attorney has left the council chambers. And I think at this moment, I'm gonna let the special counsel speak.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name's Peter Brown. You may remember me from March 12th. We had a public hearing, the first public hearing regarding proposed amendments to the city charter involving the city manager, the city attorney, the city treasurer, and the city clerk. Tonight I've provided a staff report for the council's consideration. There's no PowerPoint presentation tonight. The council on March 12th directed me to come back tonight with some recommendations for your consideration, really more options for your consideration. And so the staff report addresses the options and provides, it addresses each of the classifications separately, city manager separately from the city attorney, and then there's a small section on this, on the treasurer and the clerk. Let me just briefly summarize what's in this staff report and then take any questions from the council. The city charter provides for provisions that are fairly old, dealing with the city manager and the city attorney's position. Both, well, the city attorney's position is part of the civil service system here in Torrance, and the city manager's position, while not part of the civil service position, the ability for this council to remove the city manager per the charter is laid out in section 9.10 of the municipal code, and it sets forth a fairly bulky, sort of difficult process for this council to consider. As the staff report addresses, the council really has two options as it relates to the employment of both its city attorney and its city manager as it relates to the charter in terms of giving direction for amendments to the charter. And that those options are either to address issues regarding employment as well as termination of these positions, either to occur through specific provisions that you would add to the charter, or through by just identifying that the positions are at-will employees in the charter, and then addressing all the terms and conditions of employment through an employment contract, which the vast majority of cities in California utilize an employment contract for the city attorney and for the city manager. I mean, I should have mentioned this at the outset, but I didn't think it was that significant. But I've been representing public agencies for 35 years and work with numerous cities, including on issues related to, I'm a labor and employment attorney. And so I have a lot of experience in working with cities on issues like this, and Torrance is unique in the way its charter deals with the city manager and the city and the city attorney. And so what the staff report asks the council is how it wants to proceed, and if the council wants to proceed with amendments to the charter where you would be directing special counsel to, based upon what happens tonight, to prepare amendments consistent with the direction from the council, which would then go on the ballot for consideration by the voters in the city in the general election in November. So that's the rest of it is sort of addressed in the staff report. There's a section in the staff report dealing with what typically would be included in an employment contract if the council goes down that road and says that that's the way it wants to go with respect to the employment of the city attorney and the city manager. And the last thing I just want to mention before I move on to talking about the clerk and the treasurer is that both the current incumbents, the current city manager and the current city attorney, since their employment is per the provisions of the current charter, the charter amendments that I'm talking about would not apply to them unless they specifically opted into having them apply. And the way that would, and the staff report addresses this, the way that would occur is if they opted into it, then presumably there would be an employment contract with both of them that would address terms and conditions of employment, including termination and severance and the types of things that we typically see in an employment contract. And that would, if it was satisfactory both to this council and to them individually, they could opt into those provisions. And the charter can essentially just address the fact that employment will be per an employment contract. Now, with respect to the clerk and the treasurer, when I was here on March 12th, there was a brief discussion about the clerk and the treasurer. And what we didn't talk about on March 12th, which is something that I have talked about here in the staff report tonight, is that in 2019, this council considered making the clerk and the treasurer a appointed position rather than an elected position. And after going through a process like this, put two measures on the ballot to the constituents in Torrance, and to ask the constituents whether they want the clerk and the treasurer to be appointed positions. Both of those measures failed, okay? And so any kind of issue of trying to change the way that the clerk and the treasurer, and just for the people who are watching this, the city manager and the city attorney are appointed positions appointed by this council. The council is the appointing authority for those two classifications in the city. The rest of the classifications in the city, with the exception of the treasurer and the clerk, the appointing authority is the city manager. The treasurer and the clerk are elected positions in Torrance. To the extent that this council would desire to change that, you would be putting on the ballot the same measures that recently failed. So if the council is desirous of doing that, of course you can do that, but that's not something that from my understanding, polling would suggest would pass in light of the fact that it just recently failed. So the only thing I've included in the staff report related to the treasurer and the clerk is just the process in California that exists for removal of elected positions, which is the recall process. It's in the California Elections Code. And I know there was some talk when we were here on March 12th about putting some parameters into the charter related to the treasurer or the clerk in terms of if they miss meetings or things like that. I haven't included any of that in this report. If this council's desires of mending the charter with parameters related to the employment of the clerk, I'll need more direction from the council to consider that as I would prepare charter language for this council's consideration. At that, I'll just take any questions from the council.
Thank you, sir. Real quickly, I just want to, I think earlier in your opening statement, you're saying that the way our city manager and city attorney is very unusual. And would you say that if you say the way our city is set up, that, you know, the reporting structure that you just said, now you've add the treasurer and the city clerk as elected, based on your experience with 35 years and
Yeah.
how many cities. Is that unusual too?
That's a good
for
question.
the whole context. Yeah.
That's a good question. There are, and I don't know the exact number, but it's like a handful of elected city attorneys in California. Okay, it's a very small number. I work with one city, Huntington Beach, that has an elected city attorney, as an example. Okay, other than that, there's no elected city managers. City managers are appointed. Okay, so but clerks and treasurers are commonly elected positions in the state of California, and so. What's unusual, and it's part of my opening statement that I was talking about, what's unusual is two things. One, it's unusual to have a city attorney who's part of the civil service system, because your city attorney, like any legal counsel that you'd be relying on, but most specifically your city attorney, is your most trusted legal advisor, okay? And that's somebody who you should want to have the ability to if that person is not meeting your expectations, there should be an ability to remove that person, subject to the protections that need to be provided to that person, because you want to be able to recruit and retain good people, right? So that's what's unusual about the city attorney, that person's a member of the civil service system. What you have in the charter related to the city manager isn't unusual necessarily. I would just say this. Most city managers are employed by employment contracts in California, okay? Yours is not. Now, you have a charter, and 1/4 of the cities in California are charter cities, or 20% approximately are charter cities. In the 80% of the cities that don't have a charter, there's no charter to address the employment of the city manager. In charter cities, the city manager's employment is addressed. But even in charter cities, the vast majority of them, the terms and conditions of the city manager's employment are addressed in an employment contract. So that's what kind of makes the circumstances here unusual.
So I guess the fact that we still have a elected treasurer and city clerk is still very common.
Very common.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions on page 4 under termination voting. Could you please share with me, I mean, for my thought process is I would like to see a super majority if we're going to be, well, let me back up. I am in support of a contract based employment for the city manager and the city attorney. But I'm also in support of a super majority as far as termination. So, there just can't be a group of people that say, I don't like the person, so
Sure.
I'd like them removed. Could you share with us a little bit about what a supermajority looks like?
Yeah. So let's assume this council, the direction of this council is to move forward with modifications to the charter where the termination process and the termination voting would be addressed in an employment contract. Okay. Through that employment contract, the council would, the contract can provide for either a 5, 6, or 7-member requirement to remove the city manager. That could be included within the employment contract and doesn't need to be addressed in a city charter. The balance that needs to be struck here, and it's very simple, the balance that needs to be struck here is a city charter puts the power of what's occurring in the business of the city in the voters' hands, and that's a really good thing, right? But at the same time, by putting it into a city charter as opposed to having it at the local level, sort of at the level with the council, you lose the flexibility that you would get with a contract. With an employment contract, what you would do is you would hire special counsel, okay, and that counsel would have your best interest, and your city manager would have legal counsel to help that person through the drafting a contract that would meet both parties' interests. That could be changed. That could be changed easily because it's a contract. And so you'd have way more flexibility addressing that through the contract process than you would through modifications that need to occur to the city charter, which have to be brought to a vote of the electorate. But you could absolutely have, through the terms of that employment contract, removal only with 5 council members, 6 council members, 7 council members, or a majority, whatever the will of the council is.
Thank you. So then the only thing that goes in the charter is whether they're contractual or not.
The only thing that would go in the charter is that they're at-will employees, and that they're at-will employees, because that you'd want to be clear that they're not subject to the civil service system. And then, assuming your current city manager says, okay, I'm going to be subject to this provision, now would enter into an employment contract, and you, the council, would have say into the terms of that employment contract.
Understood. Thank you.
I just want to say, I think I might have accidentally deselected one of the councilmen that clicked in earlier. I don't know if there's one missing. I just want to let you know that was by accident. I thought there was another one on here. Just to clarify, so if we went this way, if the existing city manager and city attorney continues to work with this adoption, with this adoption, nothing really changes, right? With the city manager is already a appointed position.
They'd still be appointed positions. What would change is if, let's just say the existing city manager says, I don't want to be opting into this. So then the existing city manager would be subject to current section 9.10, which is a process that says the city manager shall not be removed until after the expiration of 6 months after the date of his appointment, except for a conviction of a felony, conviction of a crime prescribed by statute to municipal officials, upon the passage of a resolution adopted by unanimous vote of all city council men. Okay, and then you have even those issues. Okay, and so I think the last time this may have even been amended was 1975, and I think it was written in 1947 actually. So what would happen is the city manager, assuming he opted into being subject to it, would work out an employment contract between himself and the council, and that would determine the terms of his employment.
Okay. Understand. I guess, well, in my head, I was trying to say, if the current one is happy with the way they're working, they may say, I'll just keep working this way until I retire, and then when the new person comes in, then there's no choice by that time. They
Correct.
will be the new. That's what I was trying to clarify. Yep. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
I think Councilman Kaji was first, so I'll go ahead. I'll give you.
Okay, you have to you re-click in. Councilman Kaji.
Okay, I just woke up. Thank you, Councilman Sheikh. Thank you for your presentation, and I think just to help the public put this in historic context, what we currently have goes back to the 1940s, is that correct?
Yes.
And so where we have city attorney as a civil service employee and the city manager under this other category, would it be considered just an appointment?
Yeah, they're both appointments.
Yes.
The difference is civil service protected means that he has a property interest in his job, which means he cannot be terminated unless there's good cause and he's entitled to due process. Just like if an employee here in the city went through the Civil Service Commission process, that same process would be available to your city attorney under the way the city charter was written.
Okay. Second question, since you made a reference to 2019, when the city treasurer and city clerk were on the ballot, and the question put to the voters was, should they be appointed or elected, and the voters voted to maintain them as elected officials. Are you suggesting that as we move towards November, would these two separate issues become one on the ballot, or would they be two separate ballot items?
They'd be two separate ballot items.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir. I like keeping everything simple, but it seems like when it goes to attorneys, it gets a little complicated.
I'm sorry about that.
touching based on the same question that I've been asked about the termination. I'm still not clear about 5. Majority is 4. So what's 5? I'm just not clear with that. If you can help me with that.
Sure. So, as I've mentioned here, you as the city council can create any provision you want to go into an employment contract, or even include it in your city charter if that's the direction the council goes in. If the council wants the termination process to be included in the charter, it could be included in the charter. As far as whether you would want 4, 5, or 6, that's up to the council to decide. I mean, most decisions of the city council are majority decisions, okay? But on something like termination of the city manager, the majority of this council may desire that it requires more than a simple majority. That's your choice as a council to make.
Which is 4.
No, but you as a council, 4 of you might decide that you need 5 to terminate the city manager, or 6 to terminate the city manager.
Okay, I see.
That's all.
Thank you for clarifying that. About the vacation hours that we talked about briefly here.
Okay.
I know you're recommending it's appealing, it's attractive to not roll it over and keep it, and they can just take it when they retire. If that's my understanding, that when they retire, they can cash it all.
Under California Labor Code Section 227.3, anyone who leaves employment is entitled to cash out their vacation. My recommendation that's in here is to address vacation and sick leave consistent with what I would consider to be normal general practice. You have a 30-day maximum of vacation and sick leave for your city manager. Most employment contracts or provisions that exist with respect to city managers have between 2 to 4 years of an accrual of vacation. Most city managers earn or accrue 4 weeks of vacation per year on average, 4 to 5 weeks of vacation per year. And they're able to accrue up to 2 to 3 or 4 years of that vacation. Your charter provision doesn't allow for that. You could provide for that either through a charter amendment if you wanted to get into that kind of detail in the charter, or just address it in the employment contract that you'd have with your city manager.
And then we can address that either go over 2 years or any way we want to.
Correct.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
And what's the standard in agencies, government agencies?
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years of what they can accrue in 3 to 4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think I've heard that some of the cities, they can let it accrue all the way till they retire, and then it becomes too burdensome. It's too much of accumulation of the overtime and sick hours. Then they probably make way more money.
Yeah. So it's different between vacation and sick leave. There's plenty of agencies that have unlimited sick leave accrual.
Right.
And most of those agencies, not all of them, don't have a sick leave cash out provision, or they have a limited sick leave cash out provision. Vacation, there's no ability to say you can't cash out vacation. It's considered a deferred form of compensation under California law. So the reason that you typically cap vacation is so you don't have a 2,000-hour vacation bank with a huge unfunded liability at the time someone leaves. That's all.
Right. I think the point is that let's see if a manager accrues now and they keep it accumulating. Of course, in 3 years or 4 years, the compensation will go up.
That's true.
And then the base will be higher, so they're gonna get more money when they cash it out.
That's true, but I would submit to you that the job of a city manager is a pretty hard one, and they generally take vacation so that they can refresh and be a more successful city manager. So, yeah, it's possible that a city manager could leave with 3 to 4 years of accrual, but it's not typically that much. It's typically 1 year or less because of the usage of the vacation.
So I like your recommendation, keep 2 or 3 years max. That, okay. The term limit, the contract tenure, you're recommending 3 or 5 years?
The section of the staff report dealing with an employment contract is not a recommendation. It's these are terms that are typically included in an employment contract that this council can consider. And so let me kind of take it step by step. Step one is if this council gets direction to put a charter amendment on the ballot where we modify the employment of the city manager and the city attorney. Step two, say the city manager says, I want to be opt into a employment contract. I'll opt into the new provision. At that point, there would be a negotiation between the city council and the city manager over an employment contract for consideration, and then the terms would be finalized through a negotiation.
I think that leads up to my question about opting out. Why not to have city attorney and manager to make a decision now? I mean, whatever that is. Why to leave it open all the way till they retire? I think that should be more specific. What do you want to do? Do you want to keep it that one? I think that's a little convoluted. I mean, they should be, obviously, probably they're going to go with, I'll stay whatever it is, but why not to make it specific?
Specifically with respect to the city attorney, and then I'll talk about the city manager. With respect to the city attorney, for the city attorney to opt into, let's say the direction is to go forward with a charter amendment, and let's say the charter amendment passes. Now the city attorney has to make a decision. The city attorney would have to waive a constitutional right to due process to opt in. He may decide this is in my best interest because this is a good terms of this employment contract, or he may decide it's not. With respect to the city manager, per section 910 of the current charter, is an at-will employee, but on paper, okay, but given what's actually in here, there are restrictions on this council's ability to actually remove the city manager, and so to be a true at-will employee, he'd have to waive these rights as well. And he may decide to do that to the extent that the terms of the employment contract are satisfactory to him to provide protection to him and his family, which is what an employment contract does for the employee, provides a level of protection for that employee.
Right. Yeah, I think you got my point, I think.
Sure.
Maybe a little harsh question, but probably never going to apply it to our city, but if any of the city manager or attorney, they're find guilty or they go into prison, what happens to their compensation? Does the city still obliged to pay them?
It's a great question. So a typical employment contract that I see with a city manager or a city attorney is written like this. Term, whatever it is, say 3 to 5 years. If the council desires to terminate the contract in the middle of the term, there's a severance provision. In California, there's a maximum amount of severance in Government Code Section 53260 of 18 months. It can be negotiated from 18 months down. But most of the contracts provide that if the person commits something like a crime, that is considered a for cause termination, and the severance is lost. And those types of provisions can be written into the employment contract if the council so desires.
Okay. No. If we go with that route,
Correct.
with that contract, okay. So that's a separate topic if we go with that contract.
You'd be dealing with the employment contract at the time when you'd be dealing with it later, after the charter passes, assuming the charter amendment would pass.
You said earlier about our voting for clerk, city clerk, and also for the treasurer failed. Do we know the percentage, how badly that was failed, or do we have any?
I don't know.
Madam Clerk, do you know?
I can look it up for you. Hold on.
Okay, yeah,
Measure J and Measure Q are the two measures.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to know. It was a 10-point difference. Yeah, I just want to see. You said it's failed, so I mean, how close was that to failed, or if we go with that, we need to know how close.
Sure.
So that, yeah, I'll come back. Okay, I'll come back with a few other questions. I may have other colleagues, but thank you for your help.
Sure.
I think Councilman Tucci probably has some of your answers, but go ahead and speak.
I do.
Well, you're clicked in.
Yeah, I did. Mr. Brown, thank you for sharing your expertise tonight.
Thanks.
So we went down the route of a possibility of proposing a supermajority in the contract. So if we were to put it in the charter amendment, then we're kind of stuck with that until you would have to go back to the public vote to change that portion of that charter amendment. So I would definitely want to keep that out because I think it just complicates things. But if we were, let's say, to pass to where it's at will, then we come here and four of us vote to put in a employment contract that says that it requires five out of the seven to terminate. Now here's a question. Does it require four of individuals to revert back to four, or does it require five individuals at that point to revert back to four?
Four of you, the majority, can dictate the terms of the employment contract. And if the four council members vote for terms of an employment contract, which require five members to vote, then that's what you can do. That's up to the council.
No, but I'm saying in the event that, because every 2 years there's a new council up here. And so in the event that, a few individuals get elected that are adamant about removing the city manager and possibly even the city attorney, they want to revolutionize Torrance. At that point, will it still require only 4 votes to change the contract?
Yes.
Really? So it kind of takes us back to the same 4 people that can change the the city manager. But I guess once you're signed in with one contract, you can't change the contract once they're hired under those terms, right?
Correct, but I mean, the contract will have a term to it, and so when that contract expires and the next contract is up for renewal, that majority of 4 can change the termination process in it if it wants.
Okay, all right. So, but we can't put it in the contract that it requires the same amount of people to hire, that it takes the same amount of people to change the term of the contract. So in other words, if 4 individuals, 4 out of the 7 vote to put 5 minimum, can we put in the contract that it requires the 5 to revert back to 4?
I'm thinking, I don't see why not. I'm looking over at the city attorney.
I mean, that would,
yeah,
to me, that would be a
yeah.
protection it would be a protection for future council that comes in and says, oh, I want to change that contract to only 4.
Sure.
Because I think Councilwoman Kalani's concern is that you get maybe an overly ambitious council, wants to change everybody. And so I think having a protection, I would say at least 5, I think it would be definitely a super majority making those very important decisions.
Yeah.
So, okay. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? There's probably no perfect answer, right? Because every item is 4 votes, and they're all important decisions, right? So we do that every meeting. I think the next item 10A2, we will be talking about city clerk and city treasurer as well, if we want to make them appointed or at will. I think I saw that on the.
So Mayor, a couple of points I think are important here. First of all, what I prepared in the staff report did not make a recommendation on moving forward with a charter amendment related to the clerk and the treasurer. That is still the council still has that right. I assumed, perhaps prematurely, but I assumed that in light of the recent election that you wouldn't want to do that, but you can. I mean, this was 4 years ago, okay? I still would recommend cleaning up the charter with respect to the city clerk and the treasurer, because it's still old language that requires language cleanup. But substantive cleanup, if the council is desirous of substantive cleanup, I'd need direction. And then the other thing I would say is, before you move on to item 10A2, I would need direction from the council as to writing charter language, and then come back for a third hearing, which would be, I believe, in June, based upon the way the municipal code reads.
June 25th.
In terms of what the council's desire is as far as moving forward with each of these items. Do you want the charter language to address termination, process, voting, or do you want to put, or you just want to make this at-will employment, and those provisions will be included in an employment contract? That's the direction I need from council tonight.
Yeah, I was looking at 10A2, and I was just wondering, do we discuss that during this segment or the next segment? It sounds like it's the next segment to me, right? This one is really, the reason we're having this one is really talk about city manager and city attorney, in my opinion. Right. I think the direction is mainly city manager, city attorney. If we want to talk about appointed or elected for a city treasurer and city clerk, is really agenda item 10A2. Am I correct?
Well, if you're interested in moving forward with appointment to, that would be part of, appointment of the treasurer or the clerk, that would be part of council, that would be part of charter amendments. As far as whether it's under A1 or A2, it would just, the only question would be, who's writing the language? Me or your city attorney? Because the city attorney is going to be presenting on 10A2, because 10A2, as I understand it, just deals with cleanup of the charter generally. And this specifically deals with these 4 positions in the city and whether or not you want to change the termination process and the employment process for city manager and city attorney, or if you, and if you do want to make the, if you want to move forward with what you did 4 years ago and try it again with another charter amendment.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not sure. I don't think.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
Jean Ray Litvin, City
Yeah.
Attorney's Office. It is mentioned in both items, 10A1 and 10A2. Mr. Brown, I think, put it perfectly right now. It just depends who, at what time you want to discuss it and who you want to write those items. I think the thought process is that if Mr. Brown is already working on clarifying what the charter would look like in terms of employment for 2 people, if we're going to make 2 other positions, appointed positions here, it might make more sense for him to do everything related to all of the employment aspects of the changes to the charter, and then have Patrick Sullivan deal with the other charter amendments. It's really your own prerogative, though. It's mentioned in both items.
Yeah, here's, thank you for that. My thought was this, is that we keep this item focused on city manager and city attorney, because, for example, if the council decides, I don't know where we go, let's just pretend that we know we want to determine if we want to do a charter amendment for elected or appointed city treasurer or city clerk, then that appointment, if it goes to the vote of the people as an appointment, then at some point, then the city manager most likely would have all the job description of that appointment, right? It's not a contract anymore.
Well, wouldn't it be elected position at that point? It would be appointed.
That's what I'm getting at, right? So my thought process is talk about the city treasurer and city clerk, whether we want to consider appointment or elected in the next public hearing as opposed to this one. And this one, that's the whole reason why they're not in here, because we're talking about city manager and city attorney.
That's fine.
So Mayor Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, that is the council's direction. That is, staff does not have any concern with that. I think what Mr. Brown needs is direction on what items under 10A1 you do want to proceed with.
Yes.
And if the council does want to proceed, what is the specific direction so that he knows what to draft and then return to your honorable body on or prior to June 4th.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
We do have to have public comments on this too, as well. This is a public hearing. That's why I just want to make sure that, yeah. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Under your analysis, I'm a little bit concerned about, are you saying that we are not in compliant right now, the way the charter is written?
No, you're,
So if you go to page 4 under analysis,
okay.
It's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, third line at the end, at the outset, and regardless of the direction that the council directs, the special counsel based on the options below, both the city manager and section should be updated. So you, what are you implying here? That the, number one is to comply with the California Constitution.
Right.
Which means right now we're not complying?
So right now, you have a provision in your charter that says that the city manager is required to live in the city, and that is not actually consistent with this California Constitution.
Oh, so we're not in compliance then?
Right, but but you can't enforce that. That's unenforceable because it's inconsistent with the California Constitution. So what I'm saying on that particular issue is that you should make your charter consistent with the law on that particular issue.
I mean, what I'm getting at, we have to make an amendment. That's what basically you're telling me.
Right, you have a provision that's inconsistent.
The obligation now, we know what's wrong, so we got to fix that.
Yes.
Basically. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Kalani.
I think I'll reserve my comment till after the public speaks.
Councilman Gerson.
Good evening. I just want to verify that I'm hearing this correctly. So, based on your experience in cities of our size and our population, moving into the direction of a contract would allow us to recruit and retain a quality city manager in the next candidate, would give us a better opportunity for that.
Absolutely.
I just want to verify. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I think we have a pretty quality city manager. Actually, he actually signed up for this job.
Sure.
But, okay. Any other? We'll go to the public. I just want to make sure I give the council an opportunity. Now, let's go. Now we'll take public comment on agenda item 10A1. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, does anyone from the public who wish to speak on this item, you have 2 minutes, please come to the microphone.
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. Thank you for the 2 minutes. I'm gonna work real hard to last 2 minutes. Anyway, my opinion on this matter, as I just said it before, I think more people or more city officials should be elected. You know, I was campaigning for keeping the city clerk and the city treasurer positions elected by people. And I'm very sad about that, you know, the city manager and the police chief and maybe not the city attorney, because, you know, you have to be an attorney to be a city attorney. But all the other positions, you know, should be elected. Maybe that's what you should put in the charter, elected, because he doesn't work for the people, you know. He works for himself and the staff. You know, I don't have any gain of Mr. Shaparian, you know. And the previous treasurer, who Mr. Shaparian learned everything and do the same thing, you know, just think about it. Mr. Leroy Jackson quit because the city was number 3 from the bottom. Just remember when he quit. The city treasurer not the treasurer, the city finance director quit with him because we were on the merge of bankruptcy. And nobody talked about that. We were lucky they quit. We were lucky they quit. And then you put his name up there, the person who brought the city to bankruptcy. Think about that.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Just to clarify for the public who may not know, the previous city manager and previous city finance director retired from their position. Okay. Okay, I don't see anyone else. Let's see. I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
We're actually keeping, sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right, because we have A2. That's
Correct.
I got it. Because I was looking, say some, I don't see that language in here. Yes, this is a special. Does the council have any other questions on this agenda item? Yeah. Oh, there you go, Councilwoman Kalani.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to wrap up 10A1 for myself, is I would like to address the city clerk and treasurer on 10A2, but for 10A1, I would like to have the city manager and personally city manager and city attorney appointed under a contract, and have a supermajority 5-2 vote to terminate in the city charter, personally for me. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Sheikh?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to add clarification on the accumulation of hours and when can be cashed. I think my recommendation is to maximum cap should be 2 years. Thanks.
Anyone else? I actually, my preference actually is a little different. I think if we're gonna go if we go the appointment, I would think the contract stays on the termination, let's clarify, as opposed to in the charter, because then it gets, it's the flexibility that you had shared with us, right? Whatever we could put in the contract provides the elected more flexibility, and then the elected could say within the contract, it's either gonna be a 5 vote for a decision of determination as opposed to 4, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Councilman Matucci,
So how do we get consensus here?
make a motion. Or maybe go down, let's go down, look at page 7. These are what he's asking us to respond to. Let's make sure. I think we forget that he's helped us out. What he's recommending us is we did the public hearing. I and also Councilwoman Kalani is suggesting that we discuss the city clerk and city treasurer on the next item, since they're both there. I think it's also good that we have participation with our current city manager and city attorney in that discussion. I think to provide context, we might have questions with them. Second item is direct the special counsel to draft city charter amendment language that modernizes the city manager and city attorney charter language to comply with the law. I think those are his recommendation, such as removal of, the city manager needs to reside in the city of Torrance, as an example, right? Then you have other ones, gender neutral, and eliminate any unnecessary terms. Do we need to spell out unnecessary terms, or you'll come up with the draft?
No, I'll come up with the
Okay.
draft. Yeah.
And then determine what voting requirements, if any, should be included in the city charter for the termination of city manager, city attorney, and direct the special counsel drafts language to that. So on number 3 is where I think the person who makes a motion may want to decide the motion is going to be as written as number 3, or that part would be captured in a subsequent contract?
Just for point of clarification, on both numbers 3 and 4, the maker of the motion here and what you'd be voting on is whether or not you want voting requirements and termination procedure to be addressed in the charter, which I'd be then writing, or to just address, or to not be addressed in the charter, just write it as an at-will employment, and that then this council would be moving forward with a contract, assuming the charter amendments passed.
Okay, okay. So item 3 is, do we want to just have it at will or put in the charter amendment words? And then item 4, same thing. Do we want just the simple language will be at will at the charter level, and then a subsequent contract would have the detailed language for termination procedures? Was that clear? Just want to make sure I said that clearly. And then set the date of the next public hearing, which I believe earlier we talked about it was June 20.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. It would need to be on June 4th, so it could be completed, posted with enough time, and then you could take the final action on July 2nd.
Right, okay, so June 4th is the date we need a motion. Okay. All right. Who wants to take a stab at it?
I'll take a stab at it if you guys don't mind.
Okay.
Then we'll see where it goes. You don't mind? All right, so I'd like to go with obviously with the recommendations in my motion to direct the special counsel to draft an amendment of the language. Also on number 3, determine the voting requirements outside of the charter, just to allow us to get some flexibility. I understand the concern about, keeping a supermajority, but it sounds to me that it can change either way. So why not just keep it outside and put it in the work contract, in my opinion. So basically just put the bare minimum in the amendment. And determine the termination procedure. Let's see, charter. Am I missing something here? Oh yeah, at will. So with I guess 4, obviously requiring the minimum of 4 votes to terminate. And at that point, I guess in the work contract, my understanding is that you can actually change it up to 5 or 6 or even 7. Right.
And just so I'm clear, on both 3 and 4 is the motion that would be at will, but the termination process and voting process would be in a contract.
In the contract,
That's
yeah, outside, yeah.
Yep, very clear.
And also set the date for the 3rd public hearing to June 4th, 2024. Did I miss anybody?
No.
I think they said June 4th.
Correct, June 4th.
And we're voting on all of these together. Has to be all or none.
That's
we could.
It's an
unless
all or none, right?
we
So-
don't have to be, but we could, right?
Jean Ray Litvin, City Attorney's Office. That is the motion that was made. It's
Yeah.
not been seconded.
Okay.
You could change
Yeah.
that.
That's my motion.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'm not even sure now. I was willing to second Councilmember Matucci's motion as stated, but I'm understanding that we may want to break it up now. Is that correct?
Only if you think we may not have, if you believe that some of them we don't agree with, then we break it up.
Well, how about this? Whoever agrees with it, just second it.
Yeah,
and
I'm
we'll
gonna
take a vote.
second it as is because I agree with all.
Yeah.
Then
of
we'll just take a vote. If it fails, then we'll.
That's right.
I agree. Second.
Why don't we have, if somebody wants to pull any one of this out, they can take it out now. Okay.
We will see. We will see by what the result of this vote is. Hopefully it was clear to you what we want to do. Got it.
Totally clear.
I know.
Your Honor, that motion passes with Councilmember Kalani voting no.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I know last time we talked about it, we were kind of, sounds like we were a little struggling with you, but at the end, as long as you
Oh, no,
clear.
Mayor, I understand this perfectly. I will prepare the charter amendments. I'll make sure it gets to the council. The council can review the charter amendments and consider it at the next public hearing. I understand.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good night.
Let's see. Well, he could stay for the next one. It's up to him. It's if he wants to watch. You know, it's quite entertaining sometimes.
Your Honor, can we give
Yes.
a moment for us to retrieve the city attorney and city manager, please?
Sure.
Thank
Yes.
According to the charter, you should.
This is the time that it's a good time to take a very, very quick recess. If you need to go, just go and come back. We are going to take a 5-minute recess. We have come back from recess, and for the record, the city manager and city attorney is back here. Is there, let's see, is there anything we need to, I don't think there's anything we
Nope.
need to share.
We can just-
City attorney, do you want to say something?
We could just start off on 10A2 if you guys are ready.
Okay, all right.
So 10A2 is the majority of the rest of the charter, other than what was covered in 10A1. At the last public hearing, we discussed several events and several items that we might want to be discussing tonight. Staff didn't have consensus on all items, so that's why we wanted to discuss it with you tonight before we start making revisions to the charter and bring it back to you on June 4th. One of the items that was discussed last time was changing the city election date. Currently, the city charter, section 510, puts the city's election on the state primary date. That does cause a little bit of confusion because in presidential election years, we have our election in March, and in non-presidential years, our election goes to June. Moving to November would be a cost savings for the city. So that's one of the things that we want to discuss tonight. Another thing that was brought up, again, without consensus, was runoff elections. That's a situation where usually there's 3 or more candidates and someone does not get 50% or plus 1 of the vote. There was a discussion about having the city clerk run a runoff election, whether by mail or another way. The city clerk had expressed some concerns about her staff handling an election in addition to their other duties, as well as the fact that there is a lack of availability of vendors to assist with either assist running an election or to run the election for the clerk's office. Another option that is out there for some cities is ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is where the voters rank each of the candidates in order of their preference. The way that works is there's ballots that get held. So the first round of ballots is everyone's first choice. If someone doesn't get a majority of the votes, they eliminate the last place voter, last place candidate, and then those people that voted for that candidate, their second choice gets assigned in the second round to the other remaining candidates, and that continues until someone has won. So it's called, sometimes known as an immediate runoff. There are several cities up in Northern California and Alameda County that have done it. The city of Redondo Beach, I believe, is going in 26, 27, 25. And the problem is with ranked choice voting down here is the LA County vote system cannot handle ranked choice voting. So it'll be interesting to see how Redondo Beach converts to ranked choice voting without LA County. So they'll have to, I guess, find another vendor to provide that. So that might be something to look at. And the city clerk would need to research costs with Redondo and other agencies on that. Another thing that came up at the last hearing was residency requirements. Former council member Griffith had wanted to increase the 30-day residence requirement. Courts have found that residency requirements implicate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, specifically the right to vote and the right to travel. And they have repeatedly struck down residency requirements of 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, and even 1 year. And in 1973, the California Supreme Court in Thompson versus Mellon held that the city cannot require a prospective candidate to do anything other than be a resident at the time they file their nominating papers and for a period not more than 30 days prior to that filing date. So that's the 30-day requirement that the city currently follows. And so any increase to that 30 days would probably be found to be unconstitutional. So we would recommend against that. Another thing brought up by former councilmember Griffiths was the regulation of independent expenditures. During an election, independent expenditures are expenditures, money spent towards communications, such as a billboard or an ad or a mailer that advocates for or against a candidate or for or against a measure. They're not made directly to the candidate or the committee for the measure. They're made independent of that. If they are made in conjunction with the candidate or the measure, then it becomes a campaign donation. And we can regulate campaign donations, but we cannot regulate independent expenditures. Those are regulated by the Fair Political Practices Commission. Additionally, the U.S. Supreme Court in Citizens United versus the Federal Elections Commission in 2010 found that independent expenditures are protected speech and it's political speech, and therefore cannot be restricted, and therefore that same reasoning would apply to both the state of California and the city, so we would not be able to regulate independent expenditures. Another matter that there was a lot of discussion on was council compensation. Currently, Charter Section 604 of the charter sets the compensation of the council at $100 per month. That was approved by the voters in 1956, so a long time ago. There's several different ways the council could look at setting compensation. You could look at the government code, which is what general law cities do. Government code 36516 is based on population. Based on Torrance's current population, the council could set the amount of the council compensation per month at $1,900 if you're going to follow the government code. The other thing council could do is set their own compensation, whether in the charter or move it out of the charter into the municipal code. Carson took an innovative approach and used the low income limits for a family of 4 in LA County, which I believe at the time they did it in 2016 or 2017 was about $75,000. And then some cities, when they're setting the council compensation, also look at giving the mayor a stipend, extra money, due to the extra duties that he has kind of as a spokesperson as the council, and extra things that he does, such as ribbon cuttings, extra duties. What was discussed also last time was about the appointed and elected provisions for the city clerk and the city treasurer. That's in Charter Section 640, which allows an election to be held to convert those two elected positions to appointed positions. Past surveys by the city have actually found that the majority of city treasurer and city clerk positions in the state of California are now appointed due to the fact that these positions have evolved into professions rather than elected positions, and that's why a lot of cities have moved that over. I would point out, though, that in March 2020, Measure Q, which related to the clerk, and Measure J, which related to the treasurer, both failed, and so both the clerk's position and the treasurer's position are currently elected. And then one of the other things we've talked about is the charter has things about appointed officers. The current section for appointed officers lists the city attorney, city engineer, street superintendent, park superintendent, transportation superintendent, police chief, fire chief, and building inspector. Well, first, some of those positions don't exist anymore. And other than the city attorney, none of them are appointed by the council anymore, so we would recommend cleaning that up. And then except for the city manager and the city attorney, the city council is really doesn't appoint anyone else that reports directly to the city council. There are a couple of positions that are exceptions to that. Bless you. The city council does appoint the finance director, but she reports after appointment to the city manager. The city council also appoints assistant and deputy city attorneys upon recommendation of the city attorney, but they report directly to the city attorney after appointment. So staff would recommend revising this section to have it just refer to the city attorney and city manager. Excuse me. And then we would recommend revising Charter Section 1100, which is the finance director section, so that they would be appointed by the city manager in the future. So because it's a strange provision to have the council appoint but then report to the city manager. And then also a recommendation that the city attorney in section 1010, subsection F, as in Frank, would appoint the assistant and deputy city attorneys. And then the council would still contain control in the budget over the number of positions that were assigned to those departments. And then there was some discussion a long time ago, not recently, about consolidation of the city treasurer and finance department positions. There's not been concurrence on that, but that was a discussion that was held in the past. And then finally, I'm going to be asking the departments to kind of take a look at their sections of the code and see if there's any updates that they would recommend to the council that we can bring back. And obviously, we're going to be looking at best practices, good government, and things that are outdated to be updated. I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Let the games begin, right? Does any council member want to share their thoughts and maybe, go point by point in the first I would suggest, any clarification first before stating what you prefer to do. Make sure we understand what the changes might be. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. The changing of election to November, I guess I could throw in that I'd support it. But what are we looking at as far as savings? I think there was mention that there might be some savings. Do we actually have a dollar amount or approximate?
I would have to defer to the city clerk, but I'm not sure that they've given her an actual number.
No, Your Honorable Body, Rebecca Poirier, City Clerk. No, I don't actually have a number, but because there are, most cities have consolidated with the county on November. How the county does their charges is it's spread out over all the agencies on the ballot. So the more agencies on the ballot, the lower the costs. But I don't have an actual number.
Okay, so you don't have, but you know for a fact that there's going to be more participation, lowering
Yes.
the cost. Okay. Okay. As far as the runoff elections, I know that was something that was brought up. I do feel that if if the cost of running a runoff, can be done as far as like a mail-in ballot, I'd be supporting it. But I think if we have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in runoff elections, I don't think that's a viable option. And my understanding is that the mail-in ballots are a little bit of a challenge. Isn't that correct, Madam City Clerk?
If the council chose to do all mail ballots, the county would not handle the election. It would have to be an in-house election. So you would have to look at other issues such as, I have no secure place to store the ballots. I have no cameras to monitor who is accessing the ballots. And I would be required to have a public viewing place for the public to come in and watch my staff check signatures, and also to open and prep the ballots, and also on election night, we have to have public viewing. So those are all the additional concerns in addition to hiring vendors to provide the software to monitor the ballots going out and coming in.
Gotcha.
Let me make sure I heard, because I think we talked about this item a few times. I'll let you continue, Councilman Tucci, but I just want to clarify this. Are you saying we cannot do our own election?
I'm not saying we can't. I'm saying you need to consider all those additional. You would have to provide me with an office space that I can have staff work at behind a glass that the public could come and view them processing the election materials.
Okay, but that's why I just want to make sure that if, after this discussion, if we decide that we want to do our own, we just have to make sure we could do all the other things that you believe for, because if we run our own election, that would probably also be lower cost than joining the November potentially, and we probably will get our election results much faster.
Yes, when the city does their own elections, you do get the results faster because you have more control over them, and
Okay.
it's just the city
So
election.
we can do that, but we just gotta make sure
You
we
can, but
we have the
I can
provisions
tell
for
you
all
that because we're in even-numbered years, the gentleman that handles the software where I would be able to manage the ballots going out and coming in, he was not available to provide that software for us. So unless another vendor comes along, it would depend on what election day you chose.
Right. Okay.
And you
Understand.
can't pick the same election date as a county.
So you will not, and it can't be November as well?
No.
Oh, so we would have to pick our own date?
You would have to pick a different month other
Okay,
than
sure.
March or June or November.
Okay, so what you're saying, we can do it, we need to pick our own date.
And it has to be the first Tuesday of the month, but you'd have to pick.
First Tuesday of a month.
Of a month.
Okay, I just want to make sure I brought that out. I know potentially a lot of people have been talking about this topic for a long time. I just want to make sure that we can do it if we choose to pick a first Tuesday of a month. And then a lot of concerns with why does it take 30 days to get the results? We could get it faster, and we would, actually reduce the cost, which is a lot of concern that we've discussed many times. I just want to make sure we had that discussed. It's still, you're still talking.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, continuing on that, because that was one of my questions about that. If we were to have a standalone election, how does that work with the up ballot? Do we get compensated? Like, let's say a county measure pops up and we need to put it on or is that completely separate?
That's a separate election.
Okay.
If we did a standalone election, the only thing on the ballot would be city measures and city council elected positions.
Okay, and will we have to pay into, let's say, a county measure that pops up?
No.
Or
All of
state
that would be
measure?
on the county ballot. So basically, residents would be voting twice, depending on the year, voting twice. Once during the, California presidential primary, and then on whenever the city election was.
Okay, so hypothetically, let's say we picked February, first Tuesday of February every 2 years to have our own. We don't have a figure on that, right? As far as
No, I don't.
okay.
I would have to query all the vendors again, and some were reluctant to give me quotes because it's a lot to work up a quote, and then we're not hiring them because we're just getting quotes to see what it looks like.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, and to move on, council compensation. I know we kind of tossed that around. I don't like the idea of having a fixed amount because then 30 years later we're going to be talking about the same thing. So what's in the charter now is $100 a month compensation. Yeah, there's other stuff that's covered, but as far as the base pay is $100 a month. What I thought is being able to have a moving scale is to offer a minimum wage based on a 40-hour week. Now, if you're anything like myself, and I think most of us on here, we do dedicate quite a bit of hours per week to city business. I think it's only fair to be compensated at a minimum wage, and those are my thoughts on that. I definitely like the idea of a city clerk, city treasurer being appointed instead of elected. Back in March of 2020, I was actually against the idea, just because, I don't know, maybe it was just a trust issue back then. But getting to know the individuals that are actually working in those positions and the amount of expertise that's required for those positions, I'm actually heavily supporting for those positions to be appointed, not elected, because technically anybody could put their name right now. As of right now, anybody can put their name and run for that office, having absolutely no experience in what the heck they're doing. And I think that's all I have for now. And of course, I'm sorry, Mayor. The residency requirement, I think the city attorney covered it. I think 30 days it needs to stay there. The independent expenditures, I think those are some ideas that I think are obviously great concerns, but if we can't, we can't. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. This question is for the city attorney. Article 8 specifically addresses the Board of Education, and in a couple of the articles, including Article 6 and elective officers, it also refers to the 5-member Board of Education. Is that language that should be taken out, or does it have to remain?
I need to actually further research that. We created it, so I'm not sure. I know that they now respond through the county, so and I think the education code. So I need to do a little more research on that. But if that can be removed, I'll have that revised by the June 4th meeting.
Okay, and then there's also several sections throughout, in addition to Article 8, that refer to the Board of Education, how they're voted, how vacancies are filled, and I just wanted to make sure that we were working on that. Thank you.
And the language at the end of the charter, you know which one.
I do indeed.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. So, question, kind of going through the process like Councilmember Matucci did on the changing of the city election date. So those people that were elected in March, if we change to November, their terms will be extended 8 months?
Yeah, that would actually happen, yes. They would get a longer, if that's what happened, their terms would get extended.
Interesting, okay. Kind of makes sense, especially if it's, for me, if it saves money. Also, campaigning in the dark in the winter is kind of difficult, quite honestly. Pardon? No, but you're campaigning during the summer as you're approaching November, right? Anyway, that's another subject. Council compensation, I'm really concerned if you start going towards minimum wage, that then you're going towards clocking in and out, and that could get a little complicated, couldn't it? If you're,
I think what he was trying to get to, but I might be wrong. I think what he was trying to intimate is you figure out roughly what a minimum wage is times 40 hours a week for a month, and that'd be like the equivalent wage. With that and the election, the other possibility is to remove it from the charter and put it in the code. So you put in the charter, like you comply with the elections code, but then you put the provisions regarding the date and the method and whether they be runoffs or not in the code to be easier to fix. Same thing, you could do that with compensation. You could take the compensation out of the charter if you wanted to and put that it would be set by the council in the code by ordinance. That's another possibility.
okay, well, that's a good option. It's a really good option. For me, I don't disagree. I was not a supporter of the city clerk and city treasurer being appointed before, but now I understand quite well that we need qualified people in the position versus someone that wins the election. As far as consolidating the city treasurer and the finance director positions, I don't support that part because I like the idea of dual control. Anytime you start working with city finances, I do like a dual control situation. So I think those should be kept separate. So those are my thoughts on all these items. Thanks.
Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. For appointment, if we go with that for city clerk and city treasurer, is that the same way we appoint the commissioners?
I mean, you hire.
It could be one of two things. You could have them appointed by the council, or you could have them appointed like other department heads by the city manager. And he would do a recruitment as they would do for other positions, and they would report to him. Or you could have them report to the council like you do the city manager and city attorney.
Yeah, when this was brought up, my assumption was it would be like one of the other department heads in the city reporting to the city manager. That was, when this first came up, that's how my head was thinking. Just want to make sure I just disclose that. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but that's just like a finance director. Each have a department, whatever.
Right, thank you.
Any other council member want to have any comments or questions? You could come back and I'll make some comments. I have some notes here. I think earlier a lot of the cleanup, we're not going to go item by item. That's why you'll catch all the cleanup, because I think I already went over all those. Election date change, some people have come up to me and say, that they'd like to help our city run the election. And as I talk with the city clerk, that's why I was sharing information that I learned that I think it's it's worth considering to run our own election. The first time, I'm sure it may have some growing pains, but if we're, a lot of times we have consternation about election costs and having results, much earlier than 30 days, and I'm not hearing we can't do it. I'm hearing that there are things we need to do to make it happen. I am interested in that, and we could, I don't know how to pick a date. We could, whether it's first Tuesday of May or something. But I think that's I don't know what the right process is. I'm picking which date, right? Runoff. I mean, if my colleagues don't think that's a good idea, then then my second choice would be consider going into the November. So at least that's my priority, which I think we ought to. I think a lot of times we just threw away running our own election too quickly. Runoff, I don't. At this point, I think we go with the way we've been doing it for X years. Whoever has the greatest votes wins. When we decide to go with district election, you kind of have to take the good with the bad, I'll call it, and sometimes you get more candidates, sometimes you get less. It's hard to see a crystal ball until the election time comes. So I'm actually okay with no runoffs. I'll skip residency and independent expenditure. I think I'd like the idea of taking the council compensation out of the charter amendment, but on top of that, we still got to find what is the right number. I know that's always a hard number, and whatever that number should be, I hear from at least minimum wage as a figure. I just don't know Councilman Tucci's head when he says at least minimum wage. What is that minimum wage number? Is it $20 an hour? Times 40. That's something like that.
No, if I may, I was just looking for. I was just looking for a moving scale.
Yes.
So it's not fixed.
Right.
So
sure.
So 30 years from now, when minimum wage is at whatever $45, then that's what it's going to be.
Yes, and it should be based on a 40-hour work week, but it's not implied that each of us are clocking in, clocking out. It's just trying to figure out a number, and it should
scale, yeah.
Something or something that adjusts with the CPI. Right? I don't think any of us here are expecting a typical professional full-time compensation. I think what we're discussing is a compensation that should be updated, just like we're trying to update everything else, so that we're still not stuck in 1956 for the size of our city and the responsibility. Any of those options, I think, are potentially good. I'd like to hear more input, because I think at some point you're looking for a number, I think, or am I correct?
Yeah, so if you're keeping it in the charter, we're
Yeah.
definitely going to need like a number or some way to do that. If you're going to take it out, that gives a little more flexibility.
Sure.
Because obviously we would just take it out. That council compensation will be set by ordinance in the municipal code. And
Okay.
then if the charter gets adopted, then you would be looking at setting the new, doing an ordinance to set the new compensation.
Okay, I think that's a good idea, because I think we've discussed that's like putting the Congress, our U.S. Congress members' compensation written in the U.S. Constitution. It probably is not the best place to put it.
They would have been really unhappy if we set it back when the Constitution was adopted.
Right. I mean, in the same manner, I don't think the council and the mayor's compensation should be in our Constitution, which is the charter. That's what I was trying to get at.
does it need to go to the voters to vote that?
Yeah, it will have to go to voters to take the compensation out of the charter,
Yes.
and then we would do by ordinance what that number would be. I think that's cleaner, looking at the long-term plan. Let's see. And at this moment, before I speak on the city clerk and city treasurer, I actually want to give our city clerk and city treasurer time to speak about what their experience has been as either a elected or they don't have experience as appointed. But I want to at least, I'll start with the city clerk to share what her experience has been, or if she sees any trade-off with her position being elected or appointed, so that we get some feedback. I'll start with the city clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rebecca Poise, City Clerk. I am in favor of putting it to the voters again to make the position appointed. I think the main thing is to do an educational campaign. I don't think the public realizes how much the city clerk profession has evolved and how more complex it has become than it was in years past. And again, the charter only requires you to be a registered voter. I do have a well-trained staff. I cross-train them. I send them to conferences, and I've, raised them up to replace me when I retire. But you could potentially get somebody to run that doesn't know anything and relies on staff. As an elected official, I've been told I don't have to report to work every day. I do, minus when I was sick, but I do report to work every day, but I was told I don't have to. So you have that component to somebody to get elected and not show up. And the only recourse is for the public to recall them. So those are the reasons I think that voters should reconsider making this position appointed, to get somebody in that has the skill set to do the city clerk's job, manage the records, knowing the electronic records laws, elections, researching legislation, all those types of things that the city clerk handles. I think it's important to have somebody that has that job knowledge. And I think it's not fair to staff to have somebody come in who doesn't know anything and just leaves them with all the work and is collecting a paycheck.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
appreciate it. I just want to see if the city treasurer want to share with us his
Thank you, Mayor.
comments, experiences. So.
Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. As for the question about appointed versus elected for the city treasurer, I remain agnostic on that, whatever you deem the best policy. There's arguments to be had either way, and I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Would you like to hear my other suggestions at this time? Sure. Okay. So in reviewing the charter in full, I do have, and also many other cities, I did a complete survey that included many other comparable cities that City of Torrance often benchmarks against. The first one that I'd recommend is actually based on some, I guess you could call it tertiary personal experience, if that makes sense. I had a friend that was a council member in the city of Oceanside, and there was a situation a number of years ago that he relayed to me. They had a council member that was very ill and in the hospital for many months on end, and they just had a district that was unrepresented, and there's nothing that they could do, and this person was incapacitated and couldn't resign or anything like that. So I actually think it's something that would be good for all elected positions, but of course that's up to you. It is quite common in many other city charters, but a provision for removal. Most commonly I saw 60 days without an excused absence or attending or not attending a meeting. Of course that could be varied as well. And putting that in context of the situation that we had prior to me coming on board the city treasurer's seat, this provision could have been helpful during that situation in the past. The second thing is I'd like to see minimum qualifications for the city treasurer. It's a delicate balancing act. You don't want to make it so tight that you can't find anybody qualified to run, but also the way it is now, there's no minimum qualifications at all, and it does take some specialized experience. So I just left it at a broad, requiring a bachelor's degree. I think that would narrow the pool sufficiently where you're going to get a better quality candidate without narrowing it so much that you're going to exclude everybody. Number 3, there's some language in here that needs to be changed. Specifically to, it says, submit to the Director of Finance a written report and accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances, a copy of which report he shall file with the City Council. And because the role of the City Treasurer has changed and could change again in the future, I think the way to do this would be to replace part of that and make it read, submit to the Director of Finance a written report containing such info as set by council ordinance, a copy of which report he shall file with the City Council. And what that does is it allows the City Council to have some flexibility and also some say in what they see as the role of the City Treasurer, working with the City Treasurer to come up with something that makes sense in an ordinance and reflective of the current situation, whether that be now or 30 years from now, instead of having it locked within the charter. And then finally, of course, updating to gender-neutral language. Those would be my recommendations.
Thank you. So, based on hearing that, both what you both just shared, and I want to make sure I heard what you said before I share what my thoughts are on. I too was part of. I favored the back in 2020 to both positions to be appointed. I think at that time we went to the voters. Our situation with the previous treasurer pretty much was still in the very infancy stages, I'll call it. And then subsequently we had probably another 2 more years, which we basically did, which is the other item that Patrick had on here, was consolidating city treasurer and finance director positions. This finance team absorbed all the work and responsibilities, and we demonstrated for 2 years that we know how to do that with the proper checks and balances. So it seems to me we've already went through the burn-in process and an appointed position, which the responsibility of the city treasurer is within the finance director. It makes a lot of sense at this moment. We've already tested and done it, so it's not new to us. Let me see what else Patrick had here. The cleanup revision of appointed officers, you have that. And probably based on, then we'll have to talk about, does that become one package or not, maybe? It has to be separate then.
It's probably cleanest for the voters to have one item that just comes forward. But obviously if the council wants to split it, you can, but then you get charged per measure.
Yeah.
So if you do a comprehensive revision to the charter, it's one measure. If you do individual ones, you get charged per measure, and I can't remember what I would have to ask the clerk what the amount was the last time.
Another good reason to run our own election.
It gets very expensive.
Okay, so I pretty much share where I'm leaning toward, other than the specifics on the council compensation. But if we decide to go if the body here decides to go to take it, put it as an ordinance, then that would be the action, should the ordinance pass or not. If the ordinance does not pass, then it stays.
Correct.
Correct. Then, I mean, if the charter amendment does not pass, then everything stays.
Yeah, if the charter amendments don't pass by the voters, then we're back to where the current charter is on everything.
Okay, I just want to make sure we know what the pros and cons are. I think Councilwoman Lewis is clicked in.
Yeah, I just have a question going back to section 921, the non-interference of city council with powers and duties of the city manager. I'm sure I probably understand what the intent is, and it's just not for, one individual or 2 individual council members to go to the city manager and go, I don't like Patrick today, he's got to go. But at what point does the city council have if we collectively, as a city council, disagree with the continued employment of, let's just say, a department head?
The only real recourse you have is going through the city manager, because with the civil service system, everyone, except for me, reports to him. I report and he reports to you. So the only pressure that can be put on is through the city manager. You're not allowed, the council's not allowed to interfere with the civil service system or any of the employees that report to Aram.
Are our department heads all civil service protected?
They are currently.
And that's not common in most cities anymore.
It's, I think it's becoming much like the city clerk and treasurer becoming appointed, having department heads be at will is much more common.
Right, most of the cities, most of their department heads and key managers are now all at-will employees and out of the civil service system in order to avoid things like that, where you have not to say it would happen here, if you have a city department head that goes rogue and the city manager protects that person, but the council wants them gone, that would have to also go to a charter amendment change by the voters?
Correct. There'd also have to be negotiations because they're civil service. So it'd be the same situation as myself, that if you were going to remove civil service from the department heads, they would have the option of whether to opt in and become at will, or would apply to the next department head after them.
Yeah, I figured it was much, but I mean, just for protection in future, all of our department heads are great right now, just saying. But for future protections, where you do have those cities where you have those big conflicts, and I think there's one blowing up close to us in a city, that there's that mechanism in place if the council needed to take action against a particular employee without interference with the city manager, if that makes sense.
Well, they'd still be through the city manager because they'd be at will, but reporting still to the city manager. The council would still not be able to fire a department head.
No, not directly.
They could express their displeasure with the city manager, but they couldn't directly take action against the employee because that would violate the charter.
Right, and that's what we want to try to, not to say, hey, you're fired, but to be able to speak to the city manager about it and not be run afoul of Section 921 that says you can't interfere, period.
Correct. That's the council manager form of government is that, you know, in a lot of agencies, all your questions have to go through the city manager. You're not actually allowed to contact department heads directly. So we have a kinder, gentler city manager here who lets you reach out to the department heads, but in other agencies, that's not allowed. You have to go through the city manager just because of these provisions.
And I think most cities in SoCal, you know, have the relationship where we can just call up and ask, and it's appreciative, but just for protection in the future if something were to happen.
By the way, Councilwoman Lewis, right now, should a situation like this, we hold the responsibility to the city manager, right? And then if right.
In theory, yes,
Sure.
in theory, but if we are future protecting the charter now, there are some situations where that's happened in some cities and they weren't so fortunate. And we want to be able to avoid that situation if we were to future-proof it. Bail comes to mind.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I almost forgot. Going back to the standalone election discussion, I know it might be more of a headache than anything else. If the vendor is not getting, doesn't get paid to do the, the proposal, how are cities getting a dollar amount? I mean, obviously we have to at some point get a dollar amount in order to present it, no?
So for some of the vendors, they wanted a set particular date in order to give a quote, and some of them just responded to me later that they couldn't give me a quote. They refused. It takes approximately 5 vendors currently to run a standalone election. It's a lot of coordination. It's a lot of work. So it's just the reality of it.
The reality of it.
An option might be, again, to just say in like the charter that we follow the elections code, and then the council could choose as like a short-term option to move to November as the first step, and then maybe we have a chance to reach out to Redondo if they're actually going to run a ranked choice voting in some of these cities up in Alameda County, and I think Eureka is another city that's doing it. Then we can research of how that ranked choice voting goes and how it goes as a runoff, and if they can provide a vendor that they're using, that might be an option then as a second step for the council then, because this would all be in the code, be able to change by ordinance, kind of do it as in a stepped process.
Yeah, I mean, I researched the ranked choice voting, and it's almost like it's made confusing on purpose. Like the losing party get those votes go to the kind of losing party, and then, I mean, it just doesn't look like the votes that are the people that win weren't necessarily the ones that get the most votes. I mean, just they were given to them.
It's kind of a complicated process, and a couple of the websites that I give there will actually let you kind of run a ranked choice voting thing. They've done it with like national parks. One of them did it with pizzas, and so like whether you want to prefer pepperoni, cheese, or sardines or whatever it is, and then so it just shows
and sardines won.
Yeah, who knew? But so usually it usually works out that, like I said, it is kind of complicated the first time you kind of see it, but most people once they go to those elections, they prefer it, because then they figure like, well, I didn't get my first choice candidate because he got eliminated early, but now I got my second choice candidate, and my votes went to someone, and I'm not just out because I picked the guy who was last in the election. So it is a little complicated, but I think with some education, it does seem to be popular in those cities that have already switched to it.
Yeah. I like one person, one vote, one candidate, but I'm just maybe a little old fashioned that way. I really, really like to see an estimate at least for a standalone election, just so that we can, say, hey, you know what, it's too much work, it's not worth it. But not having an estimate, it seems to me that we kind of kicked it to the side without really giving it a shot. And I know at one point we ran our own elections, correct?
Yes, back when former city clerk Sue Herbers was here.
Yeah, and that seemed to be okay. I'm sure there was, we don't know behind the scenes because I didn't work in the city clerk's office. I'm sure it was pretty.
You have to hire extra staff.
Extra staff, yeah. So, there's obviously a cost and everything else, but one of the biggest benefits, in my opinion, is that we actually know who won the night of, most likely, if, at the very least the next day, not 30 days later. To me, that's just ridiculous. Trickling in, a couple votes here, a couple votes there. I understand the logistics of it are, I'm sure, very difficult, but I'd like to at least explore it, and then we can eliminate it then, once we have the information. But without having the information, I hate to kick it to the side. But if not, November would be my second choice as well.
I can reach out to the vendors again and see if they'll give me another quote.
Yeah, maybe, first Tuesday of September. If you need to give them because I'm sure it's not going to vary too much if it goes from, we'll say, July or to September.
And then do you want a quote for a full election, or because last time I believe it was just for a one council appointment?
Yes, it would be a full
election.
Full election.
Full election.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. I don't know what the council. I don't want to make you do the work.
We could potentially just pick a date that's same like City of Redondo Beach. Maybe we get two for a discount.
Well, if you pick the same date as another city, that's when the vendors are overbooked, and you have a chance of not getting them.
Gotcha. Okay. So if we were to, let's say, the first Tuesday of September.
Okay, I'll use that as a date.
Yeah, just so that it's before the November election and after the June primaries, so it's somewhere in between, I guess. I don't know, just so as a as a, a guide as to.
But you want to give her the flexibility if the guy says can't be September. Do you want to give her the ability to say pick another month? Like
Oh, absolutely.
August?
Yeah. Just we're just trying to.
Right.
I'm
You wanna
just
get
trying
a number.
pinpoint, yeah, a number, and also the logistics of being able to do it in house. What do we need to do as a city or as a city clerk? What are the steps? I know it might be a headache, but at least to explore it so that we can eliminate it at that point, if that's their choice.
And then the extra staff, I assume, is during that election.
Yes, just
The
during the
just for
election
that,
season.
yeah. So it's a temporary.
All right. Thank you. Sorry.
Councilman Shake.
Do we know if standalone elections bring more participants or the turnout is better during standalone?
The reason the city put it on the ballot to consolidate with the county is because the thought was more people vote during presidential elections and it would increase voter turnout.
Right.
But voters get fatigued filling out the ballots, so you have to consider voter fatigue. There's no guarantee going back to a standalone that you'd get a higher turnout. It'll probably remain about the same.
And the staff for the election booth and everything, currently they're paid by the county?
Yes, currently they're paid by the county. And part of the reason the election costs went up is because when they went to vote centers, not only did they go with electronic ballot machines, that they passed those costs on to the cities. That's why the election costs skyrocketed. They also staff the vote centers with actual staff, and some of those staff are on overtime. So those costs are passed on to the city as well.
Yeah, makes more complicated. I think I'm still leaning towards November election. Thanks.
All right. Any other council member has input on what they like to do? Councilman Kaji.
I have 20 questions to ask, but I'll cut it down to one. Just one comment. I do support a November election. I like simplicity. Other than that, I'd just like to see us move forward with a cleanup because I think we're way overdue. That's it.
Okay, that was. Anyone else before I go to the public? Councilwoman Kalani. Oh, okay. You did click in. All right, we will now take public comment on agenda item 10A-2. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Looks like no one has signed up a priority, so please come up to the microphone and you get 2 minutes. Start that clock.
Good thing we're gonna have this done after midnight. Anyhow, so after listening Mr. Matucci and Ms. Kalani, I think they are right. So I think city council members should be appointed too, because they should be qualified. You know, they should go to city council member school, and you guys right, you should be appointed by the city manager, all of you. And if you don't behave, the city manager can fire you. And this way, we could save money too. 2 flies or 2 pigs with 1 shot. If we don't have to elect the council members, then we don't need elections. Hello? Get this? We could just vote for the President of the United States. You know, Trump or the other guy. That's it. Very simple. Very simple. So this is a win-win situation, you know, because who needs more elected officials? You know, I grew up 25 years in a dictatorship, you know. It's like, you know, it's bearable. You know, it's not like, you know, people kill themselves, you know. And then that way, anybody could be not elected, how you call that, appointed. You know, just go lick the boots, and then you get appointed. Who cares what the people want? Really, who cares? Why people would like to elect a council member, a treasurer, or a city clerk? Who would do that? Who would do that? This is 2024.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wish to speak on this item?
First of all, this whole meeting, it's been a struggle to even hear you guys. Those little things, this long things with they got a microphone. It needs to go up to your guys' mouths. Can't hear anybody this meeting, number one. It's very hard. And yes, we sit back there for a reason. Number two, I don't like the 30-day thing. I just really learned about that just now. You ought to be here and in your districts for more than 30 days to be able to run. But then again, my last comment is, it doesn't matter what the hell the public says. Y'all gonna do whatever you want anyways. And you don't really care what the public wants. And I hate to say it, I've been a supporter of everybody. Y'all know it. I've stuck up for you guys, and I come up here and all I get is disdain, and I'm sorry, Mayor Chen, especially from you. I'm sorry, but you don't care what the hell we have to say. So that little spiel you say at the end of the meeting where you appreciate our civic engagement, you might as well just cut that out, because you really don't care. And you treat us and you talk to us like we're rubes. And it's really, it's disheartening. It really is.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? If not, do I have anyone? Do we want to close the public hearing at this moment?
Make a motion to close the public hearing on item 10A2.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, so it's back to us. I think we've heard from many of us what we like to do. I think we need to provide as clear direction on what we like to do, because we only have one more public hearing left. So I think we need to really get more and more specific each time.
We're hoping that Mr. Brown and myself can come back with at least most of the revisions, so you can have them all ready to go, and then have the chance to adopt it on in July.
Okay. So my suggestion is that the city attorney already put down each of these paragraphs on the things we've talked on in the past. So if we have anyone, Councilman Matucci.
No, I was going to say, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I was thinking of we go one by one and kind of test the temperature.
Oh, you mean vote item by item or paragraph by paragraph?
Or discuss item by item, whatever you want to call it, but one by one, just because we might have.
Okay, lightning round?
Because we eliminated a few because of laws, right? The 30-day thing we eliminated. We eliminated the independent and the expenditures. So
correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me try this then.
What do you think?
Okay. If that's okay, let's start. Let's see. I'll go with. I'm looking at page 2. I'm on page 3. I think the first item is changing of city election date. I just want to make sure that city attorneys think that is the first one. I think
correct.
We need to converge on, and there's been a few proposals or ideas. Anyone want to speak up on what we'd like to do?
I'd like to go with November.
Okay. Councilman Shake, like November? I think I hear, okay, looks like,
And
we'll
do you-
converge on November.
And do you want that in the charter, or do you want to have that in the municipal code? So take it out of the charter, just say we follow the elections code.
Oh,
And
yeah, so
then-
that if sometime in the
and if you want-
future, we could do our own election, then we don't have to do this all over.
Good,
Okay?
okay.
So that's out of the amendment, but as an ordinance, is that what you, is that
Correct.
what, by ordinance?
Then
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor. At the end, we're just gonna take a vote.
Right now we're
We'll
clarifying this, so,
consolidate it, and then we take a vote.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. We go by each and each, and then we can make one motion that summarizes
Maybe
this,
try to make it unanimous.
okay?
And just to be clear, for the ballot, you're gonna have everything yea or nay. That's what we.
It's gonna be a yes or no on the
For everything.
amended and restated charter. It's
Thank you.
one vote.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. I think the next item is runoff elections. Anyone wanna,
No and run on.
no interest, so we're gonna delete that. Okay,
But wouldn't we still
if
have
I,
to address?
I'm
ranked
gonna speak loud, so if I misinterpret any of you, do,
I know we
me know.
talked about runoffs, but I believe ranked choice was also in that same paragraph,
No
so
rank.
do we need?
No rank choice.
okay?
I'm just making it
Okay,
clear.
no runoff and no,
And-
rank.
And it would be in the municipal code, so
complicated.
if
Right, yeah.
Redondo is successful and it works great for them, you could always switch it at some point in the future.
Okay, it'll be in the municipal code if we want. Residency requirements, I think that got removed by explanation, so I think the current one,
Stays.
its current one already says minimum 30 days, so I think
Correct.
that, regulation of independent expenditure, I think you shared with us that we cannot
That's correct.
council compensation, I think, is that we're converging to by ordinance. I just want to make sure I get nods. Okay, looks like we're going that direction on, by ordinance. Here. The cleanup ones, you got it, all the, I'll call it cats and dogs, if you will.
Yeah, we'll
Right.
take care of that.
Then the last one is the city treasurer and city clerk. I'm not sure we converged on that yet, on which way we want to go with that. Do we want to bring that up again?
Yeah, it's really if you want to give direction to make those appointed or not.
Right, for the
that's-
ballot,
For the,
for the
ballot,
charter
For the
amendment.
charter amendment.
Appointed for both?
But wait, you said that it has to get out of the charter first.
No, that would be part of the charter amendment. It would be part of the election.
So we agreeing to put out,
So,
We're
so
putting it
everything
down.
everything we're doing tonight would be in the charter amendment, that if the council decides in July
out.
to submit it to the ballot, it would all be included in one.
Right,
one
so I
amendment.
think what I saw was that for city treasurer and the city clerk, at this moment, we recommend putting it on the charter amendment for it to be an appointed position. Okay,
Don't we want to also put in there with qualifications?
right, once it's appointed, then the
Okay.
qualification would
Okay.
Will be in the job.
naturally follow.
They'd be in the job spec.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I was getting at.
If it becomes appointed.
Okay, so, and if that's the case, that this city treasurer and finance director merging could be taken care of after that, if whoever is a supervisor.
Right,
of
if that's a decision that the council wants to reassign in budget,
Okay,
and the city manager comes up with that
and,
proposal to
and
the council.
then the next public hearing would be June 4th, 2024.
That's correct.
Did I capture all of that? Maybe a thumbs up for city, okay, I'll do it separately. City clerk as an appointed position. Okay, that's 6-1. City treasurer as an appointed position. That's a 7-0.
I think Tim wants to say something.
Oh, okay. You wanna say-
Separately, I was just wondering if you were also, in your entire discussion here, if you were capturing the gender-neutral language and also the one phrase specifically that I had proposed some language for to reflect the report that's supposed to be given to the council.
Let me make sure is that if it's right now we're going appointed or not, right? And then the other thing is, would those be? I'm going to check with
Yes.
city
If-
attorney.
if
Some
it-
of that would be
It would be-
captured later. Then.
Well, those positions would no longer be in the charter.
Right.
They would actually be removed from the charter and be in the job spec, or the city manager would just assign that as a duty
Right.
if it became an appointed position.
That's what I was thinking. You'll follow that. The challenge would be is if the residents do not vote it in, then it stays as the current is.
Stays as
So I just
is.
want to make sure we're hearing that,
Correct.
which is not necessarily good either. Just want to make sure. Is a
Elections have consequences.
I understand. Nothing is perfect. I know we live in a fallen world. So that is still 7-0. So I think we have the majority decision as I stated. Now I
Yeah.
just need someone to make a motion. Oh,
I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand? Did I misunderstand? Did you do the consolidating the city treasurer and the finance director?
yeah, I did not
That
pick
was-
that separately because if we're going to make both positions, bring it to the people as appointed, then let's just assume that passes and it falls under the city manager.
Then
City
you can
manager has
decide.
the prerogative
Okay.
to reorg and say, yes, I could combine them two or not, something like that.
Very
And
good.
a quick point of clarification, will this be effective the end of the term of the current incumbents?
Correct. We can't shorten the term of the
It'll
current
be upon
incumbent.
completion, so that's another, this effort will have to entail lots of public education,
Understand.
since we have a track record, and so hopefully council will be out there helping us educate the public, especially since it's bundled in one package. You may have some challenges with the treasurer and the clerk being included.
And the city, under the case of Stanton versus Mott, and I think Vega is the other case, that we can't, once it's on the ballot and be put on the ballot in July, the city cannot spend money to advocate for it, but the city can put out neutral information explaining the pluses and minuses of adopting the charter or not adopting the charter.
Okay. City treasurer?
Thank you, Mayor. Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. I'm just thinking of one potential unintended consequence here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it would be unique if the city treasurer and city clerk were appointed by the city manager, but then the pay was set by council.
If they were appointed by the city manager, they'd be on a pay scale or a salary resolution, probably the executive management one, so they'd be subject to the approval of the pay resolution by council, but they wouldn't actually have the pay set by council individually.
Okay, so that would be taken care of in that.
Yes,
Okay.
it'd be set, they'd be just one of the department heads.
Just trying to think of all the angles.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It would be a department head type of position. All right. Did we miss anything?
One question. Patrick, so currently when manager appoints anyone, it comes to the council. What's the benefit or why we do that?
It doesn't come to the council.
Well, no, it
Courtesy.
comes to for concurrence.
Finance
or,
director is the only position,
it's just symbolic, I guess.
per charter requirement.
Only the finance director, the city
For the city
manager,
manager.
and the city attorney come to council for appointment. And then the deputy city attorney says that's a weird quirk in the charter too, but any of the department heads do not come to council for approval. They're just hired by the city manager.
But it comes to the council as part of the agenda. It shows that, hey, you're appointing somebody.
No. The salary resolution comes with the executive management salaries, and that gets updated occasionally. Sometime if a new position is created or a compensation is changed, that comes, but the actual appointment does not come.
So remember you appointed your deputy attorney and it came to,
Correct. As I noted earlier, there's a quirk, so the positions that get appointed directly are the city manager, city attorney. Then the weird exceptions are the finance director who gets appointed by council, but then reports directly to the city manager. But he, again, recommends the appointment. Same thing with assistant city attorneys and deputy city attorneys. I recommend to the council appoints, and then they report to me. So those are the kind of exceptions to the rule, but all the other department heads, the city manager just appoints and it doesn't come to council.
so we're gonna clean that up.
Correct.
Okay.
It'll all be either appointed by the city manager or the city attorney will be appointed by me.
All right, thank
It wouldn't be coming back to council.
Okay,
It'll
thank
just be
God.
within the city manager's authority, and then should council have issues with performance,
Right.
can be reflected on the city manager's performance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Did we capture it? Councilwoman Kalani, take a shot.
All right, I'm going to try. Recommendation that we change the city election date to November. No.
We remove it
We
from the
remove it
charter.
from the charter
and
and
set
make it an ordinance recommending November at this time.
Correct.
That we remove from the charter the council compensation and change it to an ordinance at this time. That we move the city clerk and city treasurer to appointed positions versus elected officials.
And set the next hearing date as June 4th.
And set the next hearing date as June 4th and clean up the wording as previously discussed.
Correct. Gets it?
Second. No. I second it.
Oh.
Start voting, please. Hey, I was trying to capture everything she said. That motion carries unanimously.
There are no agency agendas. No second reading of ordinances. And we're gonna do the oral communication numbers 2 now before we go back to closed session. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to city clerk.
Member Griffith? And you all know, if it's not just Mayor Chen as far as the microphones, it's all of you guys tonight. Got to move those microphones near your mouths and speak into them. And whoever is maintaining the audio needs to turn it up so we can hear. That's pretty much all I got to say is that's that.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go through council orals now. Tonight, first one is Councilman Gerson. Congratulations, your first full council meeting.
We're not done yet. We still have more closed session.
Understand, got it.
Well, just make it quick. I had, it was an amazing time this weekend. As usual, the Torrance Sister City Association puts on an amazing Japanese cultural festival at Bonkasai. It was a lot of fun. And it was nice for Assemblymember Muratsuchi to come and say a few words, and look forward to it next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to give a shout out to Justin from Detroit, Michigan. I played golf at Alondra Park Golf Course on Monday. He was in our group, he and his friend. And I told him that I would mention this because he said his friends in Detroit, Michigan would never believe him. But on the second hole at Alondra Park, a par 5, he made an eagle, which I witnessed. On the fourth hole, which is a par 3, 154 yards, he made an ace. And so, Justin, to you in Detroit, to all your friends who you're buying beer for now, I just want to say that I was there as a public official and I witnessed your eagle and your ace. So congratulations and good night.
Thank you. You didn't tell everybody what an ace and eagle even mean, but, well, that's for another day. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank each, whoa, that's too close. I appreciate you. But I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. And it's past midnight, so happy day after my 36th wedding anniversary with my husband. I spent it with all of you, so thank you. And wonderful event in downtown Torrance, Relay for Life. Moved to downtown Torrance over the weekend. It was a great event. Just remembering those who were challenged with cancer and celebrating those who recovered and are successfully living with it. And I also want to thank my fellow brothers and sisters at Torrance Police Department and Torrance Fire Department for coming out and representing us at a very special event on Saturday morning. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. You stole my Relay for Life. It really was a great event in downtown Torrance, especially with the vendors there and just the spirit in downtown. It was amazing. I was asked to do a Celebrate Earth Day and Fight Climate Change notification. Assembly member Almir Suchi invites you to celebrate or continue Earth Day by participating in a teach-in event. Join elected officials and local environmental organizations to learn about ways to fight climate change, explore educational pathways and volunteer opportunities, and lifestyle choices to help the environment. This event will be held on Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. until noon at Charles H. Wilson Park at the amphitheater. If you want more information, you can contact Assemblymember Mayor Suchi's office. And happy wedding anniversary.
Thank you. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy anniversary. And congratulations to Gerson, Councilman Gerson, for first full meeting. I know we're not over yet, but it's our oral communications now. Also wanted to say hello to family that's visiting from Italy. They just arrived tonight. I haven't seen them yet, and I haven't seen them in 22 years. So I have family that's at my parents' house that I haven't seen in 22 years. So looking forward to go waking them up tonight. But also, I do have a oral communication or oral for concurrence. I'm requesting concurrence of my colleagues that city staff be directed to bring an agenda item on May 7th to 1, cancel the Airport Commission meeting of May 9th, 2, call a special meeting of the Torrance Airport Commission to address and retract a non-agendized action taken by the Commission, and 3, provide Brown Act training to the Airport Commission prior to the Airport Commission returning to their regularly scheduled meetings. Do I have concurrence?
It's a 7-0.
Thank you. That's all I have for today.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Okay, Councilman Matucci, should have brought your family over here. I know, yeah. We had TEF Gala on TEF, Torrance Education Foundation, on Friday, and we raised over $170,000 in one night for TUSD students. It was a very successful event. A lot of enthusiastic people, they contributed and donated for the TUSD students. Congratulations to Congressman. What a promotion. Promoted on first day. First day. Councilman Gerson. And also, I attended Bunkasai on Saturday and Sunday, both days. Great turnout. I think we were about close to 1,000 people, somebody was telling me, so it was good participation. Earth Day, we had an event at Madrona Marsh. I attended. There was a lot of good turnout, about 500 people over there. And I also had a chance to meet with Mr. Frog. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, happy 36th anniversary. And again, I'll say one again, congratulations on your first full meeting before we break to closed session, but I will at least make my final remarks because I don't know who's going to be here. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. We'll recess now to closed session. Thank you.
Mayor, would you like it?
We have returned from closed session. City Manager, is there any actions to report out?
No action to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. Do I have a motion for I'll take an motion for adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
Second, it has you on there. We are adjourning until you gotta say the date,
What's the date?
May 7th.
Adjournment to May 7th
We
at
adjourn.
5:30 p.m. for closed session and 6:30 for council meeting.
Second.
Start voting, please.
No, you were right. You said?
That motion carried with Councilmember Shea absent.
All right, thank you and good night.